Hello, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello.
I hope you are well and safe. We'll be happy to see you next week in person for those who can come. Okay, let's wait one more minute. Everyone can join. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our first lecture of Module 6 on the law and economics of abuse of dominance. For this first session, we have the honor to receive William Kovacic, who is Director and Professor of the Competition Law Center at George Washington University Law School. Previously, he served as chairman and member of the FTC, so the Federal Trade Commission of the United States. Please do not hesitate to open your microphone, ask questions, raise hands. He will take the time, I know, to answer those carefully. So we will try to do 2 breaks or more, as usually. So Bill, thank you very much for being with us today. Unfortunately, not in person, but we know you are well in Washington today. So thank you for joining. It's quite early for you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Valerie, and my additional gratitude to the BSC for the wonderful privilege of participating in this program, which I admire so much. And it's a thrill for me to be here today and to spend the afternoon with you talking about the control of abusive dominance in the United States, the legal and economic foundations for that system of control. As Valerie said, with my slides up, if you have a comment or question as we go along, please simply intervene. Just keep your microphones on, jump right in. We'll take questions or comments, and I'll make sure that as we go along, certainly before the breaks, that you'll have a chance to offer additional questions or observations as we go along. To begin the class, let's start with a quiz. One question in the quiz. Who's the most famous person in the world in the field of competition policy at this moment? There'd be a number of possibilities. If you're thinking about the vice president and the commissioner for competition in the European Union, that's a reasonable choice. But it's the wrong answer at the moment, because here she is. It's Lina Khan, the chair of the US Federal Trade Commission. Lina is approaching, I believe now, her 33rd birthday. 5 years ago, she was seated in a law school classroom at Yale. I can only imagine if she'd had an interview at the time with the interviewer asking the traditional question that's often asked to candidates, what do you plan to do in 5 years? I wonder what would have happened if she said, I'm going to be the chair of the Federal Trade Commission. I think the interviewer might have said, I think we're finished. You can leave. Please send in the next candidate and good luck in your delusional career. Yet that happened. And she stands out not simply as the head of a major institution in the United States, but she is the symbol of a new era in competition policy in the US, and an influential figure, I think, in the global scene as well. We'll be talking a lot about her and her program as we go along today. What I'd like to do today is come at this in 3 parts. First, I want to talk about the remarkable ascent of Lina Khan and her intellectual compatriots. I want to do that as part of laying out the context for what is a modern policy upheaval in the United States. I'd like to spend time doing that because that context explains a lot about what could happen in the control of dominant firms in the US competition policy regime. There is a basic rethink going on in the public agencies. There is a significant degree of ferment within the legislative body, the US Congress. There is the possibility that we would see legislation modeled in many ways on the Digital Markets Act and the European Union being adopted in the United States sometime this calendar year. To describe how the upheaval happened, to talk about the ideas that are driving that turmoil, and to use that as context for seeing and recognizing where abuse of dominance control and the treatment of dominant enterprises is likely to go in the future. The second segment will look at the US institutional framework, the mechanism for policy implementation, and examine specific characteristics of the US system that also have been important in shaping the treatment of dominant firms. And then we'll spend roughly half of our session today talking about the specific evolution of US doctrine and policy dealing with dominant firms. And I'm going to spend time looking at some older cases because the older cases are new once again. A number of the older cases that embodied an egalitarian vision of competition law and policy have been embraced by the new FTC leadership and leadership of the Department of Justice and by the Biden administration as the appropriate vision for competition law and a subordination of what sometimes is called the consumer welfare model of competition law and policy. In doing this, I'm giving you my views only. I'm still for another 2 months on the board of the United Kingdom Competition and Markets Authority. My mandate ends at the end of March. But I also had a role to play in the US enforcement system as a junior case handler in the late 1970s, as the general counsel at the FTC from 2001 to 2004. I was a member of the board at the FTC for 6 years, and for 1 year, I was the chair of the agency. And the criticism of the modern US system basically attacks what is now slightly more than a 40-year period going back to 1980. That overlaps with my own period of responsibility, and much of the commentary is severely critical. I don't like to think of my professional career as having been a colossal failure. That makes it difficult to get up in the morning. But I'm not going to review the criticisms with the idea of suggesting that I think they're always correct. But the criticisms are important for the way in which they have shaped the modern debate and are shaping policy. But just to alert you that I do have an interest in this debate. And in part, the debate deals with the adequacy of the work that I and many others did during the period that is being contested. I put my email address here because I'm happy to continue the conversation at a distance, at least, once we're done today. I've listed a couple of publications here, one of which Valerie had on hand from last year, a second that I've just sent to her a few minutes ago that will be available to you. The one on top describes the transformation of the US system and the arrival of a new and very exciting body of thought about what the control of abusive dominance should entail. The other talks about the difficulties associated with taking the vision and making it work in practice, which is something we'll be talking about quite a bit today. So let's look a bit more at the context, which has produced much more severe scrutiny of dominant firms the initiation of major new cases to attack abuse of dominance, or as it's called in the United States, monopolization or attempted monopolization, and ideas that are generating suggestions that we supplement traditional litigation with a broader set of regulatory commands. Again, in many ways, resembling what has been set in place in the Digital Markets Act and resembling in part what is contemplated now in the United Kingdom in the form of the Digital Markets Unit. What we've seen is a surprising emergence of a new coalition in the political arena that demands tough control of dominant firms. And the coalition involves legislators who might be associated with the far right. That's Senator Hawley from Missouri, Congressman Buck from Colorado, but also those who are associated with the more extreme left in the Democratic Party. Elizabeth Warren, the senator from Massachusetts, David Cicilline, the chair of the Antitrust Subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee in the House of Representatives. These are people generally who don't see the world the same way. You wouldn't necessarily want to seat all of them at a dinner table if you were having a party. But with respect to big tech, they formed an alliance for a variety of reasons. And the alliance is pushing strongly in the direction of much more severe controls. An interesting question going ahead is how stable that alliance will be. Will it be durable? Because to this point, they haven't done anything yet in the Congress. They have talked for over a year and a half about new legislation, about a dramatic increase in funding for the federal antitrust agencies. But to this point, they've done exactly nothing. And the talking is interesting. It creates an environment that at a minimum encourages the competition agencies to do more. But they have not to this point done anything to put their promises of a much more aggressive program in place. And as we know, it's much more interesting to see what people do than what they say they're going to do. And we're still waiting to see if the Congress delivers on the promise of a much bolder program. They have done things that prepare for the possibility of legislation. That has happened. That is David Cicilline, the man whose name appears on the previous slide. In the year 2020, he conducted a series of hearings on big tech. And the person who designed those hearings for him and wrote the report, sitting to his right, is why we've seen her before. There's Lena Khan again. Cicilline recruited her, and this is before she was appointed to be on the Federal Trade Commission, to run the hearings, and she did. The hearings focused in particular on the role of the familiar four tech giants, Apple, Alphabet, now known as Meta, but previously Facebook, and Amazon. And in June, the House committee had a hearing that brought all four of the CEOs together on a single panel. Now, if that hearing had taken place 10 years ago, it would have been a celebration of their greatness. It would have been an almost obsequious testimonial to their brilliance. And the questioning at the hearing would have been very deferential. Gee, Mr. Zuckerberg, what does it take to be so wonderful and magnificent in building your company? Gee, Mr. Cook, how did you become so superb and knowledgeable to help guide such a wonderful company? Mr. Bezos, how did you decide to build such a magnificent contribution to humankind? There would have been easy questions, very flattering, and then all the members of the committee would have surrounded the witnesses, hoping for a photo opportunity. They would have been seen as national treasures. Not anymore. Pinchai from Alphabet was the first witness in the hearing. They all testified online. They all had a cube on the screen. Pinchai was first. Cicilline welcomes him to the hearing and says, "Thank you for coming." They were all required to testify under oath. He raised his hand. "Do you swear to tell the truth?" "Yes." This was the first question to Pinchai. "Why are you stealing?" Now, I don't know how familiar you are with American legislative hearings. I just want to tell you that that is ordinarily not the way that you welcome a witness, to ask them why they're stealing. And that was Pinchai's look when he heard the question. That is the familiar deer staring into the headlights of an automobile. "What do you mean stealing?" And the point of the committee's questions was, you are stealing. You're stealing the news from other companies that generate the news, and you're presenting the results without paying them for it. From that point on, the tone of the hearing was hostile. It was accusatory. It was not deferential. The companies which a decade before would have been seen as national treasures were now being treated as pariahs. And the Congress has, in the last year and a half, offered for consideration a variety of proposals. These are just some of the highlights dealing with dominant firms. More generally, they want to carry out a massive increase in funding for the DOJ and the FTC, the two national enforcement authorities. More than a 50% increase in the budget for these agencies. They want legislation to impose stronger controls on mergers and dominant firm conduct. And on mergers, very strict controls on the ability of dominant firms in the tech space to acquire small firms with interesting ideas. Small firms with possibilities to grow and become significant in their own right. Nascent competitors. And third, a number of the proposals have basically said that the litigation of abusive dominance cases is an old and antiquated technology, takes too long, generates uncertain results, and what we need is a new framework of ex-ante regulation to control information services platforms, gatekeepers, firms with a significant market position. And the most important specific proposal now being considered would establish a broad-based prohibition on self-preferencing by dominant information platform gatekeepers. And the framework for it, the intuition behind it, very much resembles parallel prohibitions that you would see in the Digital Markets Act. Indeed, in the hearing on this specific proposal that took place a week ago, members of the Senate committee that were discussing the bill specifically referred to the DMA. And in many ways said it's time for the United States to catch up with Europe and to adopt this new approach to regulatory oversight and to make sure that the US has its own framework. Another important elected official, that's the President of the United States. He has just signed what is called an executive order. This is a presidential decree that directs executive branch ministries and requests independent agencies such as the FTC to adopt an ambitious program to promote competition throughout public policy. The executive order contains a variety of policy commands, and it stands on a commitment to place a new philosophy in place in the United States. The person smiling to the right of the president, you see him holding the pen. It is the habit or custom when there is a signing ceremony that the president hands out pens used to sign the instrument. The first pen he is giving out is being given to, there she is again, Lina Khan, who at that point had been the chair of the FTC for 3 weeks. Relatively remarkable from going from being a law student 5 years ago to being in one of the main ceremonial rooms in the White House getting the first pen from the president. You can see her right hand reaching out. Biden's giving it to her. And he calls her out at this ceremony as being a formative influence in the path of suggested reforms. At that ceremony, this is a statement that Biden made to the group. And it is telling, I think, in its philosophy. Biden says, 40 years ago, we chose the wrong path, in my view, following the misguided philosophy of people like Robert Bork, and pulled back on enforcing laws to promote competition. We're now 40 years into the experiment of letting giant corporations accumulate more and more power. I believe the experiment failed. In effect, what he has done in this statement is to repudiate major foundations of US policymaking that go back to the early 1980s. Now, by the way, in this statement, the president did not say, just in case you're keeping score, from 2009 to 2016, I was the vice president of the United States. And I was part of that failed experiment, and I'm sorry for it. He did not mention that he had a key role to play in that program. But he is saying, in an interesting way, at least indirectly, many people were wrong. I was wrong, and we're going to fix it. It is an astonishing manifesto for a new vision of competition law. And notice in this statement how it focuses on dominance, giant corporations accumulating more and more power. So again, a philosophical shift from one of tolerance, one of admiration, to a perspective of skepticism and a willingness to challenge. The policy message that is coming from elected officials in the United States today is to focus on dominant enterprises, especially in the tech sector, and apply the full force of the law to them and to adopt new regulatory commands. His specific recommendations in this executive order, this presidential manifesto, was to urge the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission to expand traditional antitrust enforcement, more cases involving dominant firm misconduct, stronger merger control, again, impose tougher limits on the ability of dominant firms to buy small enterprises that have the prospect of becoming significant. And in that respect, the template for concern is the acquisition by Facebook of Instagram and WhatsApp roughly a decade ago. That those deals should have been blocked, because had Instagram been allowed to proceed independently, or perhaps affiliate itself with a smaller tech company, Instagram would have emerged, the theory goes, as an alternative social network to Facebook itself. Why is this happening now? I think one answer resides in the financial crisis of the first decade, 2008 to 2009. As you know, that was a source of tremendous turmoil and human misery. Millions of people in the United States lost their jobs. Millions of people lost their homes. And I think this created a broader sense that the capitalist system had failed, that elites basically had played with the lives of so many individuals, many of whom do not have extravagant wealth, and that the political process had failed, the regulatory process had collapsed, that they had timidly and credulously accepted the suggestion that business had everything under control, that the risks of using these new exotic financial instruments were modest and easily managed, and that you could trust the banks in particular to make good judgments. Instead, there developed the broad sense that they had turned the economy into a casino. They had lost in the casino but the real losers had been a broad base of the American public. I'm convinced that we would not have seen the rise of political figures like Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren over the past decade or so had this event not taken place. It made people receptive to a new message, especially a message that said in many instances, don't trust big tech. It's time to impose stronger controls. That underlying sense of unease has been reinforced by COVID. COVID has applied tremendous pressure to the joints of the economy, turmoil in supply chains, the disappearance of many small and medium enterprises, the reinforcement of the economic position of the tech leaders. Apple's earnings announced yesterday for the previous quarter are the best the company has ever experienced. Apple has, by some measures in the bank, about $130 to $150 billion in cash unspent, in addition to other programs they have underway to enhance the firm. And with the turmoil in COVID has come, I think, a new antipathy to global integration, an antipathy that was built up over the past decade, the sense that trade does not make us better off, that it damages our interests. And it's hard to find political leadership today in Washington that will speak well about trade. In my professional career in the 90s in particular, there was such an expectation that after the fall of the wall in Berlin in 1989, after the liberalization of so many economies, after the development of the WTO and the reformulation of the global trade system, that we were on a path that would lead to broader, stable economic growth across the globe, with great benefits to the historically dispossessed, and a degree of economic integration that would discourage political and military conflict. That we had turned a corner, we had entered onto a one-way street, and we were never going back. Well, how's that turned out? How's the vision of the broad, economically integrated global community more peaceful, less aggressive, seeing common cause in widely disparate circumstances? I look back at the work in which I was engaged in the 1990s, and I look at the astronomical hopes for a different world and a different future. Those hopes have not altogether vanished, but they are tarnished. And the view of global economic integration and trade has changed dramatically. At the same time, with the rise of big tech and the information services companies, there's a sense that they become new governments, that they play a special role as conduits of information, that they become the principal way that individual citizens learn about what their government is doing, learn about the political process. They're crucial fora now for political campaigns, and that to an extent that one could not have imagined, that the creators of the internet never imagined, instead of being a force that would be almost always good in joining people together, giving them more knowledge and information, that there have been side effects that have been decidedly unwelcome, and that they have supplanted, in many respects, the functioning of public institutions that are accountable to citizens through the electoral process. The leadership of the companies, in a sense, has reinforced this, sometimes through a flamboyant lifestyle, sometimes through, I think, unwitting proclamations of their greatness, sometimes making comments that suggest we are the new governments. That can make people nervous about who controls these governments and whose interests they serve. And indeed, perhaps as a consequence of growing so fast without putting safeguards in place, being so bent on growth, being so bent on accumulating stronger and stronger presence in the market, there have been scandals. And the Facebook scandal involving Cambridge Analytica, now 2.5 years old, is an example of how the companies in many instances have been in the midst of news cycles that are not flattering. And in the eyes of that political coalition I described, left and right, have raised questions about whether the ability of public institutions to control them has become dangerously weak. These, I think, are the forces that have accounted for a reconsideration of what competition policy should do in dealing with dominant firms. In the US policy debate, there have been 3 major schools of thought engaged in discussions about what should happen. I'm going to call them traditionalists, expansionists, and transformationalists. These are all functional terms describing what they seek to do or what they say government should do. The traditionalists basically say, leave the system alone. The US system dealing with abusive dominance is permissive, but that's a good thing because it does not tamper with success or tell firms to pull their punches instead of being aggressive and to strive single-mindedly to serve the interests of individual consumers. A second group I would call expansionists. They sometimes call themselves progressives, want to do much more with existing policy tools, such as lawsuits to challenge abusive dominance, tougher merger control. The third group, and this is the cohort to which Lena Khan belongs, are what I would call the transformationalists. Sometimes they refer to themselves as neo-Brandeisians, new Brandeisians, a reference to a former US Supreme Court justice who wrote extensively about the dangers of large economic concentration. They have a much different policy agenda in mind. Again, the traditionalists are quite happy with the existing consumer welfare framework. Now, if you're asking yourselves, what is consumer welfare? You've asked a good question. That's a very open-ended, broad term, a phrase that you would see appearing in the speeches of commissioners for competition in the European Union, certainly beginning with Mario Monti and carrying forward, where the goal of protecting consumers, consumer welfare, is often offered as the core foundation of competition policy. What does it mean? In the view of those who want a broader program, it encompasses effects on price, quality, innovation, the interests of labor as an input into the economic process. And the traditionalists would accept perhaps a broader definition. A major debate today is whether or not consumers, in fact, are interested in other things too. Sustainability, better food products, health and safety. The idea being that consumers are not simply concerned with how much money is left in their wallet at the end of the day, but they're concerned with a variety of other functions. To take the focus on sustainability, for example, if you can't breathe, being able to spend more money doesn't help you much. So is the consumer interest, broadly defined, one that encompasses a host of other values? The traditionalists would say, focus on maximizing output. They reject an expanded egalitarian framework of goals. The expansionists, many of whom are alumni of the Clinton and Obama administration antitrust agencies, would still focus on consumer interests, but define it more broadly. Price, quality, innovation, address monopsony. But they would do it within a microeconomic policy framework, basically an economic welfare model that relied on modern concepts of microeconomics to shape competition law. They would accept much broader scrutiny of mergers and dominant firm behavior, and they would accept new legislation with power to establish ex-ante rules for certain types of business behavior. The third and formative group today are the transformationalists. And their basic argument is that, to echo President Biden's statement at the signing of the executive order, that the US antitrust system went off the rails in the early 1980s and has been in a giant ditch ever since. And the only way to change this is to appoint a new generation of enforcers who are not tainted by fidelity to this earlier vision, are courageous in being willing to go after big tech, no Obama alumni because they only showed they couldn't do it well, no private practitioners from big tech or having large corporate defense backgrounds. Those from a public interest perspective, academics who've not had those other experiences, and they would expand the focus of enforcement dramatically, changing the risk calculus from one in which if the situation is ambiguous, do nothing, to one in which if you have doubts, proceed. Sue, bring cases, even if you lose, you will have a beneficial effect. And they have proposed sweeping changes to the antitrust laws themselves to put in place a clear restatement of Congress's early egalitarian objectives, to expunge disfavored judicial precedents, and to use bright line prohibitions, many based on structural criteria to define what dominant firms cannot do. In October of 2020, after the hearings that we described before, the House Judiciary Antitrust Subcommittee issued a report. And this was the philosophical core of their report. They urged Congress to restate that the original intent and broad goals of the antitrust laws by clarifying that they are designed to protect not just consumers, but also workers, entrepreneurs, independent businesses, open markets, a fair economy, and democratic ideals. That ultimately the point of severe controls on dominant firm behavior is the protection of democracy itself. That if you allow large economic enterprises to predominate, they will control the political process. They will become parallel governments. And they will supplant the ordinary institutions of government. I doubt there is an adherent to the ordo-liberal school of thought who would reject that statement. Indeed, many would say it's about time you went back to your roots. And this is seen as the starting point for defining what competition law and policy should be. A notion of consumer welfare, in other words, being replaced by a broader concept of citizen welfare. That citizens do more than simply buy goods and services. They live in communities. They're employees. They're starting small businesses. They want to have the sense that the economy is fair, and they want an economic system that is compatible with the preservation of democracy. Citizen welfare, not consumer welfare. The main adversary, the root of so much misfortune in the eyes of the transformationalists, is Robert Bork. He's the American commentator who is often associated with the formulation of the consumer welfare standard and a single-minded focus on output effects and efficiency. The principal exponent of what becomes called the Chicago School of Antitrust. For a number of years, he was held out as being the source of everything that is wrong with the US system, but the focus changed. And the focus changed over the period from the late 2000s to the present because of a perceived failure of other administrations to do the job well. And in many ways, in recent years, a new target of attack who has replaced Bork as being the bad guy is this person. Obama is seen as being just as bad, and his antitrust agencies just as deficient, because it is in this period that the Obama administration had opportunities to rein in big tech, and they let them run wild instead. That they were beguiled by the vision of remarkable technological progress and innovation and ignored what the transformationalists believed to have been an inappropriate series of acquisitions and exclusionary practices. In a variety of publications and settings, exponents of the transformation point of view have focused most of their venom in the recent years on the Obama administration. A representative statement comes from Matt Stoller. Matt is affiliated with the American Economics Liberties Project. That is an advocacy group in Washington. He is one of the most emphatic spokespeople for the transformation point of view. And in a tweet from a little less than a year ago, he said the worst people in the Obama administration were the antitrust enforcers, total failures and completely unashamed. And a key thought is that during the Obama administration, the White House welcomed representatives of the tech sector to work in the White House, that their views infiltrated the operation of the FTC and the Department of Justice, and it resulted in a very light touch by government in a host of policy areas. And key examples of default by the federal agencies are the failure of the Department of Justice to initiate any significant cases against dominant firms between 2009 and 2016, the FTC's consideration but abandonment of a case against Google in 2012, and the FTC's decision to allow Facebook to buy Instagram and WhatsApp without challenge. A European commentator in many ways has captured what the transformationalists believe to be wrong about the culture of competition policy in the United States. That what was created was what Tommaso Valetti, the former chief economist of DG Comp, has referred to as a mercenary, amoral culture. In an interview last April, he's talking about the links between law firms, consultancies, and the government. He says the gatekeepers to the government agencies are the law firms. Clients establish relationships with big law firms, and the relationships continue over time. The big law firms instruct the consultants about what they have to say. The economists who serve them are just fools. And then last, big law firms and economic consultancies will do anything for money. I don't know all of you on the screen, but I'm guessing in part he's talking about many of you. And to give you my interpretation of what he's saying, if he were more hard-edged, what has he just described? That's what we would call prostitution. So we have a parasite economy of advisors, lawyers, who are doing nothing but being pawns in a process. They've sold their soul to Satan, and they will serve all of Satan's purposes. A very unflattering, hard-edged characterization of what went wrong. And what the transformationalists have done is to lay this out again and again, put the opponents on the back foot, start the debate by calling them corrupt, which is something they often do. If I tell any of you in a debate, you're corrupt, in 5 words, I forced you to use 500 to defend yourself. And in the course of defending yourself, you'll probably use the word corrupt a few times, as in, I'm not corrupt, or I've never been corrupt. There it is, you said it again, corrupt. There's no unwillingness to use that go for the throat style. They work really hard. They've turned out a mountain of new literature, and they very shrewdly look for legislators who agree with them. And in talking about the status quo, they do not criticize it by saying there were a few things wrong. They say almost everything was wrong. They name people individually in tweets, blogs, articles, speeches, and the people who get it in the neck more than any others are the Obama administration alumni. In effect, you had bad policy produced by bad institutions run by bad people. A system that doesn't require tinkering at the edges. It requires what one of their commentators have called root and branch reconstruction. You have to pull the institutions right out of the ground, cast them aside, and build from the ground up. In many ways, the strategy was quite shrewd. They know that the egalitarian impulse in the US system had never died. It had gone to sleep, but it hadn't died. That ideas, once they become important, do never go away. They may ascend, they may descend, but they don't disappear. And if you have a great economic shock, they come back into vision, which is exactly what happened in the United States. They've been successful in part because the status quo was very complacent. You can look at lots of commentators writing articles in the US over the last 20 years who said, we've reached a high level of consciousness now and understanding. It's anchored in the consumer welfare output model. And we've seen the end of history. It's not going to change. That's a permanent, lasting fixture of our system. A high level of understanding that's not going to be shaken. The antitrust establishment still doesn't know what happened to them. They never saw this transformation coming, and they're still trying to figure out how it took place. And in doing this, the advocates of change have just bypassed the establishment. They don't go to their conferences. They don't go to the conferences of the International Bar Association, the American Bar Association. They don't care. They've created their own networks, their own professional societies, and they've used new publications. Substack is a home for many of their commentators. Twitter, to distribute their ideas very quickly. They basically bypassed the establishment and created their own establishment. What have they done so far? If we were just to take stock of their impact on the way we think about dominant firms in the US today, they've changed the debate in the US. And when you look at the reaction of foreign observers, observers outside the United States, you can see that they're changing the global debate as well. Their ideas have shaped this legislative program that I referred to before. Recall the photograph where Lina Khan is sitting just in back of David Cicilline. They spotted a crucial platform on which they could make their views more broadly known and advocate for them. And their views are the views in the Cicilline report. Lina Khan wrote that paragraph on citizen welfare. That's her work. They've succeeded in pressuring the federal agencies to sue Amazon, Facebook, and Google. Before President Biden took the oath of office in January 2021, the Trump antitrust agencies already had initiated major monopolization cases against Facebook and Google. And state governments had started parallel cases against these companies and Amazon as well. An interesting instance in which the right in American politics, at that point embodied by Trump, decided we don't like tech either. We don't like them for different reasons. We don't like them because we think they distorted the political process. Trump, I think, still believes fervently that if were it not for Facebook and Google, he would be the president today. That they denied him the opportunity to become president. Again, a second term. And what has this group done? They have influenced the appointments process. It's no accident that Lina Khan is the chair of the FTC and that individuals with a transformation perspective are now in powerful positions within the government. Because if you're going to make transformation work, you've got to do at least three things. You've got to get power. It's nice to write papers, issue tweets that call for transformation, but you've got to get your people into the jobs. Then they have to set priorities to pick targets that will put the program in place. And the third thing you have to do is to implement effectively. You've got to do those three things in order to bring about a fundamental change in policy. They're doing well on getting power. They've gotten power. These are the Biden competition policy leaders. On the shopping electronic site of your preference, you can get a coffee mug like that. Even before the appointments took place, the advocates of basic change were urging that the government embrace a fictional firm named Wu, Khan, and Cantor. The Wu is Tim Wu, who's now in the White House. Lena Khan, we've met her already. Jonathan Kanter is the new head of the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice. Wu, Khan, and Kanter. In a way that the establishment never imagined, the transformation advocates got their people in these power playing positions. Step one. Soon after, President Biden signs his executive order last July. Tim Wu and Lena Khan have a photo op. Tim Wu is a great practitioner of Twitter. He very modestly calls himself Super Wooster, almost like a Marvel Comics hero. I'm Super Wooster. Tim does not suffer from a weak self-image. But it is significant that there they are in the White House. Yes, that is the paraphernalia of the presidency in the background. And Wu is now the White House advisor on competition policy to the president. That executive order last July, that's his work. That language that came out, the statement that Biden made, that's his work. And do these people know each other? They are colleagues on the law faculty at Columbia University. So you have not only a shared intellectual vision, you have a personal connection, an institutional link that makes it easier for them to coordinate policy. Now, the Federal Trade Commission is supposed to be independent from the executive branch. Does not take orders from the president. Do you see a lot of independence in that picture? Or how much independence do you see there? I think the FTC will do anything the president asks. Indeed, the executive order created a White House Competition Council to pursue what Biden calls a whole of government approach to competition policy. And he made comments at the beginning of their meeting last week. And at the meeting, he spoke not of recommendations he'd made to the FTC, but directions, assignments. Not much notion of independence in this instance, but a close connection between key leadership in the White House, at the FTC, and of course, the Department of Justice. They've got their people in place. That by itself, I will tell you, in the US system is an amazing accomplishment. The insurgents, instead of marching around these buildings from the outside, they're inside the building. And what had been an aggressive fringe perspective is now mainstream. That's Jonathan Kanter. Since early December, he has been the head of the Antitrust Division. He comes mainly from a private practice background. His earliest days as a lawyer were spent at the Federal Trade Commission as a junior case handler. Since then, he's spent most of his career in private practice. He has represented some big companies. But for the most part, his practice has consisted of representing complainants attacking the tech giants. So he has worked in the private sector. He can be considered in some ways a traditional defense lawyer, but in fact, his practice has involved a great deal of work on behalf of complainants attacking dominant firms. And he was viewed by the transformation community as an ideal choice because of what they perceived to be his commitment to the cause and his commitment to the broader program of enforcement and his willingness to take on big tech, dominant firms, mergers involving dominant firms and smaller players, and his expressed view that we need to bring more cases even if we lose them, because bringing more cases will have a beneficial result in and of itself. One more person to mention here, President Biden has nominated an academic at Georgetown University to become a member of the Federal Trade Commission. Right now, there are 4 members on the FTC board. There is 1 vacancy. He is mainly a data protection and privacy specialist, but in my mind, there's no doubt that he also would embrace the perspective of the transformationists. He'll bring the view of the need for greater enforcement to the privacy domain. The FTC is the principal US privacy regulator. But he'll also probably be very sympathetic to the idea that competition policy, privacy policy, consumer policy, all of which are part of the FTC's mandate, should be integrated. That these should not be distinct policy domains, but all three should be reflected in individual enforcement decisions. What you see here also is a generational change. Alvaro is 38. Chair Khan is almost 33. The third of the Democrats on the commission is the old person. She's 39. That's Rebecca Kelly Slaughter. It's truly a generational change. Old guys like me, old women of my vintage, off to the side, a very youthful core of new leaders coming into the field, embodying a new view about what government should do. One thing that this movement did before the new appointments themselves is to change what the government was doing. Before Biden becomes president, the Trump administration brings the cases that the Obama administration wouldn't bring. These include a case by the Federal Trade Commission against Facebook that seeks the breakup of Facebook into 2 or more individual social networks. The Department of Justice is running a monopolization case against Google for search and advertising search. State governments have formed coalitions to bring parallel cases. One set against Facebook, another against Google. The District of Columbia, one of the US political subdivisions, has brought a monopolization case against Amazon. And this list does not include the private litigation that has been challenging the tech leaders too, the most important being Epic's case against Apple, which yielded a modest, not irrelevant, but modest victory for Epic, the case now being before the appellate court that sits above the court of first instance. In the cases to which I've attached an asterisk, the specific request for relief is a breakup, not controls on conduct, but controls on structure. This was all underway before Biden comes to Washington as president. And this was shaped in many ways by the political environment that I mentioned before. The US government has not undertaken a collection of monopolization cases of this significance since the early 1970s, when the government sought to break up IBM, the petroleum sector, and the telephone company, AT&T. Can you carry it off? You've got these older cases running now. You're going to add your own. Here's the big question: implementation. This is Graham Allison. Graham Allison is a leading political scientist of the last half century. This is his formative book, The Essence of Decision, discussing how public organizations make decisions. If you go on Google Scholar, I think this book is approaching 17,000 references now. That's 17,000. Many academics would be happy for 70. This is 17,000. And one of Allison's main observations of a half century ago is that policy often fails because we don't think enough about implementation. We have the great idea, but not so many great ideas about how to do it. And that's the path between the preferred solution, as he puts it, and the actual performance of government, where things fall short. If you look back to the US space program, to use an analogy from the 1960s, the physics of sending people from the Earth to the moon and bringing them home safely, that was pretty straightforward. There was some fancy mathematics involved, but the physics of doing that was pretty well understood. The big idea. That's the engineering, the implementation. That was really hard. And in 1961, when Jack Kennedy tells the US Congress, we're going to the moon by the end of the decade, and we're coming back safely. Many of the technological disciplines needed to do that had not been created. That's Apollo 11 beginning its journey with Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins to the moon. The engineering was really hard. When I was with my 3 years with the law firm in the 1980s, the client I did most of my work for was then known as McDonnell Douglas. I spent a lot of time with people who built aerospace products, including one engineer who'd worked on this program that we see in front of us. He said, the basic idea of going to the moon was pretty straightforward, but let me tell you, the engineering was really hard, really hard. And in competition law, the engineering tends to be very, very hard. As for example, the European Commission discovered just a day or so ago in the Intel decision handed down by the General Court. We're throwing out your complete damage claim. Gone. No billion euros. Sorry. You didn't link the damage amount to real harm in the economy. It's missing. There's a gap in your work. It's like a math exam where the answer you got at the bottom is not justified by all the work you did. Better luck next time. Yes, they can go back up to the ultimate appellate rung in the ladder. But if you're sitting in Module, across town in Brussels, how do you feel about that? What's easy about this? Engineering success is really hard. There's nothing easy about doing these cases and doing them effectively. And that's a challenge that faces transformation as a way of setting up policy today. So we've decided we're going to the moon. Will the US system get there? Is the system designed to take us there? Or will we have to build new technology, new rockets, new systems, new communications in order to make that happen? But we basically decided we're going to the moon, where for most of our modern history recently, we've been in low Earth orbit around that blue, green, and white planet over there. We have not been to the moon for a long time, but we're going back. And again, this has been a weakness of US policymaking. We talk a lot about the big ideas. We don't talk so much about how to do it. One of my main academic interests is how to do it. Going from being an academic in 2001 to being the general counsel at the FTC was a real shock, because I spent most of my time talking about the physics and being present at debates about the physics. When I got to the FTC and then became a member of the board and then became chair, I became aware of how hard it was. To use another metaphor, it was like watching a football match in the stands. And you see the players and you say, you could have made a better pass there. Oh, you should have scored a goal there. Oh, you should have defended better at midfield. And they can hear you. And they stop the match and they say, you, yes, you. Why don't you come and join us? Put your kit on and come out and join us on the field. And you do. What happens when you get on the field? You realize, wow, this is a hard game. These guys are really fast. They're quick. The game happens so quickly and it's rough. It's a contact sport. It's a collision sport. And if you don't have the stomach for a lot of contact, it's not your sport. And you end up after a short time saying, this is a lot harder than I thought. This isn't easy to do. And you become aware that thinking about how you're going to do it becomes very important, especially in the US now. Suppose the US Congress does not enact new legislation, and they might not. We have major elections right around the corner in November. The control that the Democrats have is very, very tenuous. If the Republicans get the Senate or the House of Representatives back, life could become more difficult for the expansion program. And will that coalition between left and right that wants to go after tech, will it be sustained? But if Congress does not adopt new legislation, the enforcement agencies are going to have to use what they've already got. They won't get new tools. They'll have to use the tools they have, an existing framework of institutions, an existing framework of doctrine. They will not get bailed out by new legislation. Can they do it? Well, that's what we're going to look at for the balance of our session, because we're going to turn next to looking at what that institutional framework is and the doctrine that confines the agencies. I thought we might take a break at this point, but before we do, comments or questions about what I've had to say so far?
I actually have a somewhat controversial comment. So what you
those are the
outlined,
best. Go ahead.
what you outlined was that Lina Khan, Cantor, and Wu mainly are criticizing that there was not enough intervention in the development phase, and now we have those big tech companies, and now we need to regulate them. Essentially, what they're doing is exactly the same, because they're not addressing the development process either. So instead of regulating the evils that have been around for the past, say, 15 years or so, shouldn't we look towards regulating new ecosystems that are coming up in companies that will be dominant or super dominant or have gatekeeper status, or however you want to call it nowadays, in 5 years' time or so, instead of just regulating the old stuff in a different way?
Is it Fabian?
Yes.
If you offered that view to Jonathan and Lena, they'd say, you're exactly right. And we're on that too. They would say, the reason you want to control the incumbents more strictly is you want to create a breathing room, an enabling environment in which these other developments can take place, especially innovative new ideas, startups, that you don't want incumbents to smother that process. So one response is, unless you create that enabling environment, the alternative possibilities you've just referred to will not come to pass, or they won't come to pass with the same degree of vitality. Their second observation is, no question, we can't do it by ourselves. That this is what Biden refers to as the whole of government approach. He might not have been thinking about it quite so comprehensively, but I think their view would be that our own actions must be joined up with a host of other government policies, which inevitably will include data protection, consumer protection, especially in the information services space, where we acknowledge the need for these new startups to emerge, but we need a basic rethink of the framework by which, for example, we determine what information business enterprises can collect and how they use it. So the new sources of vitality must be harnessed to a set of principles that provide greater protections than we have now. So one of the parallel items that Congress has been talking about, yes, talking about for a decade, talking a lot about, but doing nothing about, is the fundamental retooling of the US privacy regime. In effect, the national US privacy regime right now is called the GDPR in the state of California. We have one, it just didn't come out of Washington. But the view is you need a redesign of policies in collateral domains other than competition law to come up with an effective solution. So I think they would have been nodding their heads as you spoke. They would have said, one, we want to create a market environment in which these new alternatives will emerge, and emerge quickly and disruptively. But we want all of the players, incumbents and others, to be playing by a different set of rules, with data protection being one of the most important.
Well, in response to that, I would say there's no need for them to emerge because they're already there. So for full disclosure, I'm doing a PhD on esports and gaming, and especially in the gaming sector, you have companies that are controlling entire ecosystems based on their intellectual property. They don't need to establish themselves further. They already have their moats, their ecosystems, and can act from there on outwards, they don't really care about the gatekeepers being regulated, because they're essentially gatekeepers themselves already. They're just getting bigger unregulated.
I guess a further response I would have is this: I'm going to say in one respect, I think there is a bit of a blind spot with respect to what's happening in some of these domains. But I think they would say generally speaking, that a reason you need a reason for new legislation is that you have to control those phenomena. That's one. Except the way that gatekeeping is being defined now would not pick up these companies. They're not big enough. They will not, the legislation in the US that the Senate is discussing doesn't name companies by name, but there are only 4 companies on earth that fit in the criteria. They might as well put them in the law. There would be technical problems that would happen if you did that, probably constitutional problems. But there's an awareness that there's a concern about, to use a dreadful analogy, that you're fighting the last war, that you're looking backward instead of looking forward at new developments. I think there's a recognition that you want a regulatory framework that deals with what's already happened or is emerging in a host of other technological domains. I think with similar patterns. I'm especially interested in what's happening in the area of autonomous aerial vehicles, drones, and others. You have more fragmentation taking place there, but you have some of these same possibilities that you mentioned present. So there's I think a larger challenge for all systems is, what do you do to be absolutely current on what's happening in the marketplace, so that you know this? What kind of proactive measures are you taking to do research analysis to tell you that in a way you're looking in the rearview mirror? What about what's going on in all of these other areas of economic policy right now? And I think they would acknowledge that that is a possible limitation. Part of the answer is that's why we need ex-ante rules. We need broad ex-ante principles rather than chasing after people in abusive dominance cases. But a bit of tunnel vision on that, again, is that the ex-ante rule-making mechanism is focused right now somewhat myopically on a small set of enterprises, and it's not thinking about the larger collection of developments. So I guess a conclusion that I think I would share with you on this is that despite the avowed interest in changing the goals, the substantive focus of analysis, the appetite for risk, the addition of new tools, due to limitations in how the institutions function, knowledge problems, it's not altogether clear to me that that the solutions will address the broader phenomena that are taking place in the economy. It's a long way of saying you could easily be right, Fabian.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I think it's and I think as a dissertation topic, if I step into my academic realm for a moment, what a great topic. Because, well, let me ask you a quick question. What do you think about the Microsoft proposed acquisition?
I think it will be very interesting.
Yes, you are now the chair. Yes or no?
I would say no, because they don't know the markets they're addressing. So what I found particularly interesting when I read the merger proposal submitted by Microsoft, in their 40-something pages, they said they owned, or Blizzard is owning, all the IP that's out there. But if you consider the entire gaming universe with content creation, with esports and so forth, there's a multitude of parties owning that intellectual property that in a sale of Microsoft and Blizzard would get nothing. And then again, if you look at the wider gaming market, taking into account consoles, PC and mobile gaming, they would probably buy about 35% of all gamers out there, and that's a far too high a concentration to permit.
Yeah, I don't follow that part of the market much. When you when you mention games to me, I'm afraid I think of things like football, basketball. On his tombstone, it will say he never played Mortal Kombat. So I think I'm not as a user, I am ignorant in so many ways. But I am wondering whether an intriguing question is in the course of the investigation that the U.S. agencies and the Europeans, I assume, will carry out. Will they? What will that inquiry look like? What issues will they study? How will they model the sector and what's happening? And what arguments will be applied? You've piqued my interest in following that more closely than I would have otherwise. So, great. But again, a question for the agencies is: do you really know what's going on in these markets? Do you know?
Well, I doubt they do.
I have my doubts too. I mean, I'll tell you one thing from my experience at the CMA that I find heartening. Over the last 5 years, they've created a data analysis group. 5 years ago, they said if we're going to do big tech, we must have an independent organic capability to understand how these technologies work and what's going on. This is a team of computer scientists, quants, data analytics people, and some economists. They have almost 50 people now. It is a team of analysts to support the agency's work and to do original research in the formulation of cases and studies involving technologically dynamic sectors, but other sectors where data analysis is increasingly important. No other agency on the planet has made that kind of commitment to building a substantial internal capacity to do that kind of work. And the CMA probably spends more of its budget now on doing what are called market studies than anybody else I know. And an issue in the background is, notwithstanding all of it, is it enough? And I'll just say, a thought that goes through the minds of competition agencies is that's all overhead. I get measured by how many cases I bring right now and how many fines I collect. You're telling me to invest in something that might be useful later. I want case handlers who can do cases right now. That's how I'm going to get, that is what they put on my report card. And if Fabian says, well, you got to be smarter. Don't you want to know where you're going? Running faster, if you don't know where you're going, does not necessarily help you out. So isn't it important to know where you're going? I don't have time to do that. I've just got to run faster. The outside world grades agencies by a metric that tends to undervalue investments in building knowledge that makes you better effort to do it right the next time. The incentives to do that are relatively weak. But the CMA data team is, which is what it's called, the data team, is an example to the contrary. But it's there's a serious. I go to a handful of conferences a year that are basically run by what I'd call futurists, talking about what's going to happen. Competition agencies generally don't go to those conferences. But what the futurists are often saying is, here are 5 things that are going to happen over the next couple of years that will render lots of what's taking place now less interesting, but consistent with the competition law vision, are worthy of attention. And I think we could probably have a further conversation about what the appropriate design of IP law should be in light of this, in light of the developments that you've referred to. Maybe any other questions or comments? I love the subject, and it's a great question, Fabian. Other questions or comments that I might respond to now, and we will have more opportunities.
Yeah, hi, William.
Just go ahead.
I'm just interested in your views about the longevity of this transformationalist movement, like given their tenure in the US and the fact that it's being taken on in other jurisdictions. Do you see it, 5 years, 10 years, or are they going to really crash and burn and changes in administrations and key positions? Because I'm more your generation than probably the rest of the audience. I'm 20 years experience in competition law, and I'm horrified by what's going on, but I just wonder in terms of its longevity.
Yeah, I think it is such an important question to ask, and one way to answer it is to look at earlier transformations in the political science literature. And again, I'll mention a formative book that I don't have mentioned in the slides here. It's two other people at Harvard at the Kennedy School. One is Ernest May and the other is Richard Neustadt. The title of their book is Thinking in Time, 1986 publication date. I think they only have a couple thousand Google references. They don't have 17,000, but only a couple thousand. One of the questions they ask about policy change is, and this is a quote, will it stick? Will the ideas you're trying to integrate into the system be durable? Or I guess to borrow the vocabulary of environmental policy, are they sustainable? And the last major transformation in the United States, the last attempted transformation that dealt with dominant firm behavior too, was set in motion in 1981 with the arrival of Ronald Reagan, defeats Jimmy Carter in the 1980 presidential elections, and comes to Washington with a commitment to fundamentally change the regulatory state, including competition law. If you take the Reagan presidencies and the presidency of George Herbert Walker Bush, 1981 to 1992, that's 12 years to put your vision in place. And what you had over the 12 years with some variation is the appointment of leadership in the public agencies with a shared sense of common cause to retrench policy and redirect it. You had budget requests that were designed to accomplish the same thing. You had periods of political leadership in the Congress that was very sympathetic to this objective. And you had 12 years of appointing federal judges to pick people who in a very rough way shared your vision of what economic policy should be. And in 12 years, by the time the first Bush presidency ends, Bush and Reagan had appointed approximately 75% of all federal judges who were then serving at the time. I guess a major point is they had 12 years to put their vision in place, to change appointments, agency culture, enforcement policy, advocate before the courts for changes. I don't think you can do it in 4 years. And a major question is, how many elections can you win? Are you going to win elections? And when you win them, are you going to keep appointing people with the same point of view into these senior leadership positions to try to effectuate change? And one thing that we'll talk about in the last segment is, how are you going to change the mind of a federal judiciary that right now in the United States does not believe any of this stuff? Especially the Supreme Court does not believe it. Now Congress, again, the unknown variable, Congress can change the law and the courts will feel obliged to do what the Congress wants, but will Congress come to the rescue? How much? And how long, how persistent and sustained will your effort be? I guess when I look at the transformationalists, when I look at Lina Khan, I look at it with, I have two reactions with respect to your question. One is, nobody ever thought they'd get this far. Nobody. 5 years ago, if you'd been at a cocktail party or a conference, if you'd been in the giant room at the Steigerhof in Brussels on Louise, in the giant conference room, and you'd stood up at a podium and said in 2015, let me tell you what's going to happen in the early part of the next century, the next decade. What's going to happen is this Yale law student's going to be running the Federal Trade Commission. How about that? And her view of what all of you are doing in the world out there in the room, all of you who are part of the parasite economy and competition law, you're all wrong. And we got to change things. I think people would have said, that's a really funny joke. That's pretty good. That's pretty amazing. Very entertaining. Now get down to the serious part of your talk. Nobody would have believed it. So what they've done so far to get this far, to get their team on the field, to get a sense that their way of playing the game is the right way to play the game, that maybe the rules of the game itself have to change. That's an incredible accomplishment, given the entrenched view of the world that they were confronting and dealing with. And that by itself, you know, in terms of, my thought is that when you look at public policy schools, if you look at the great public policy schools in the world, and I think of another one outside the US that I admire so much, the NZOG program at Melbourne, Australia New Zealand School of Government. If you wanted to pick a case study of how fundamental policy change happens, how an insurgent view of the world can topple or circumvent an establishment perspective that's deeply entrenched, and you wanted to look at the conditions that enable it, the tactics you use to carry it out, the overall strategy, the transformationalist campaign in the United States will be a major case example that people study. So that's an incredible accomplishment in my mind. Even though much of it has taken place by basically saying that I spent most of my public service career as an idiot, which is a point of view I'm not fond of accepting, but for purposes of this analysis, I'll accept it for a moment with a footnote that says I think that's wrong. But then we come to your second question, so we can salute that and say that's incredible, but that's not enough. That's not enough. And I think you need a lot more time. And if I had to just look at one other feature of their program, I don't think they've studied that history and asked themselves, what do you have to do to make it stick? What can you do now to increase the likelihood that successors with different views will regard a core of what you've done as being appropriate and worthy of emulation over time? That's really hard to do. You can't do it in 4 years. And when you look at our political environment, I think the way to bet is that it will not succeed in its broader aims. That is, we're not going to get to the moon. It won't happen. That's the way to bet. That's what a betting shop would say. But the betting shop would have taken my earlier bet 5 years ago. So what do I know about betting and gambling? Not much. If I were your stockbroker, you'd probably need another broker. Yeah, probably. Fabian is probably a better person to go to think about where to put your money in tech in the future than I am, by far. And there he is right on the screen. He's one of your colleagues. You can talk to him. But for electoral politics, I just don't know. But I don't think 4 years is enough. There can be some lingering effects, but it's not enough. Why don't we do this? How about 15 minutes? Come back at 1/4 after. And on your question, we're going to look at some of the institutional constraints and make the basic policy change hard. And then we're gonna spend a lot of time looking at the specific doctrinal barriers that they're going to have to overcome. And those barriers are formidable. There's a way to do it, to make it work, but it's a difficult climb right now, unless the Congress jumps in and helps out. So come back at 1/4 past, and we'll move to some of these implementation issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, colleagues.
Welcome back.
Take another minute to get settled in. I have my super tanker of coffee all set to go.
1 liter. All set to go.
Yeah, I can't show it to you too clearly here. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, this is the sort of public administration, political science classic I was mentioning before, Thinking in Time. The subtitle is The Uses of History for Decision Makers. Neustadt and May were mainly writing for government decision makers. Their audience consists of principally of people who are being appointed to public leadership roles. But it's also written for people who study what they do. And it's in the avalanche of things you have to read or could read, this one justifiably is regarded as a classic work of political science and public management. But it's good for all decision making. It's how to do a better job in the present by making some sense of what's happened in the past. Not being limited by what's happened in the past, but using it to alert you to complications, problems, obstacles, but also to inspire imagination about how to come up with answers. Really, really, really good book on management. Thinking in Time. I was just during our break, I looked up a couple of things that I had here relevant to our colleague's last question. Since 1933, when the antitrust unit was established at the Department of Justice, the average tenure of an assistant attorney general for antitrust at the Department of Justice has been 2.7 years. Some a bit longer. I think the longest in that period of time, going back again to the early 1930s, was just over 5 years. But 2.7 is the average. Not a lot of time. For the FTC chairs, the framework that determines the designation of the chair was changed by Congress in 1950. So since 1950, the average tenure of a Federal Trade Commission chair has been 3.3 years. It's a bit longer, but it comes out to roughly 40 months, 41 months. Again, not a lot of time. And when you're in these jobs, the time goes by so quickly. I'm going to show you two other things that I had at the FTC when I was chair. This was my high-tech memory device. This is the little pocket book that I put in my pocket because it fits so well in my pocket. This was my list of things I was going to do every day. I'd come into the office armed with my list. By 9:30 in the morning, this was irrelevant because 10 other things had happened, either the night before or that morning. And I always came to the end of each week thinking, I'm farther behind now than I was on Monday morning. I'm losing ground. 40 months is not much time at all. And the other thing to keep in mind is that in a way, both Kahn and Cantor start with a disadvantage. Kahn was initially nominated to be a member of the board, not the chair. The president has the ability, once you are a member of the board, to make you the chair. But you have to be a member of the board first. She was confirmed by the Senate, and then quickly the president signed a letter that said, you're now the chair. It's uncertain when she was told this was going to happen, but my sense is it was not months before it happened. It was a much shorter period of time. So you're 32 years old and you've never run a lemonade stand, and you think you're going to become a member of the board with fewer responsibilities, and all of a sudden you're the chair, which means you're also the chief operating officer with little time to think about how I'm going to fit into the role. When I was on the board before I became chair, and when I was in the general counsel's office, I had another notebook. It's just a paper notebook with some tabs. The title on the top of my notebook for myself was "Just in Case." This was my notebook about what I was going to do if it ever turned out that I got to be the chair of the agency. And for a period of 7 years beforehand, I took notes for myself. Here's something I'm going to do. Mundane things, such as when things go well, I'm going to write short notes to the staff members saying, "Good job." I'm going to spend 30 minutes a day walking through the building to say hello to people. To broader things about priorities, case possibilities. I had basically 7 years to think about this, including 2.5 years when I was on the board. And my predecessor, my immediate predecessor as chair, told me 3 months before she left that she was going. So I had a lot of time to get ready. And when I got the job, I was 57 years old. I had seen the game played. I had been a participant in the game, and I had the mix of experience, a little bit of intelligence, to have the intuition that comes from all of that. I could not imagine have done that, being in that position when I was 32. So that's an abrupt and difficult change. It was hard enough for me being in a place that I thought I knew pretty well. It's a really tough game. All of which means, again, what can you get done? And in Cantor's case, Cantor does not become the Assistant Attorney General until December. So you might ask yourself, what happened between January and December? It was a major debate in the US about who was worthy to be the head of the antitrust division. How pure did they have to be? Could it be a mere expansionist who was an alumnus of the Obama era? Those were the other candidates for that job. And the transformation community said, absolutely not. And they ran a very aggressive, effective campaign to knock out contenders who came from that other background, said, it's got to be someone who's not held back by that experience. It took basically 12 months, 11 months to get Cantor on the job. Now, the Department of Justice was continuing to do things, but that's almost a year that you will never get back. You should have been on the job in March, which was when Ronald Reagan's first appointee to hold that position took office in 1981. Reagan takes the oath of office in the third week of January. In the last week of March, his Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust, Bill Baxter, is on the job. You just don't have much time. And if you take a lot of time to do these other things, it's time you'll never get back. So, good question about whether you can make it stick. Do you have the persistence and durability to make it work? Well, what's the framework that you're working in? We've been talking a bit about that already. It's a remarkably complex system compared to the rest of the world, far more complex than anyone else's. I do not mention the complexity necessarily with pride or with a normative suggestion that others ought to embrace it. I simply say, as a positive matter, it's there and it affects what you can do and what you have to do to move the system. Just describe for you, sketch you the statutes and the enforcement framework, the mechanism. The principal substantive concept that I want to introduce right away is what the treatment of dominant firms entails in the US regime. The offense of monopolization, that's the abuse of dominance offense, requires two elements, much in the style of so many other systems around the world. Being a big company by itself is not an offense. You have to be big and bad. What does it mean to be big? Using a market share calculus, a minimum of about 70% in a properly defined relevant market. The recent cases that have succeeded in the courts have had 85% or more, what might be called super dominance. What's improper behavior? Well, we'll look at that in a bit more detail. What's improper exclusion? One notable difference from the rest of the world is there is no prohibition on excessive pricing. So monopoly pricing is not improper exclusion, and there is no exploitation offense as such in the US regime. We'll look at what some of the exploitation, what some of the exclusion offenses are. But basic framework, familiar around the world. You have to be big and bad, not enough just to be big. There is also a US offense that does not have a counterpart in the European Union called attempted monopolization. Now, when you look at that market share threshold, you might say that starts to approach the definition of dominance that you see in European jurisprudence. The attempt offense starts at about 50%, where a combination of improper conduct and high entry barriers can result in a finding of infringement, even though the firm does not have market power defined as a market share of 70% or more. So there's a incipiency offense that comes into play earlier. If you take the attempt offense and the monopolization offense, arguably in nominal terms, you have a framework that roughly resembles the framework that operates under Article 102, roughly, but no excessive pricing offense. In addition, there is a special statute available to the Federal Trade Commission. It bans unfair methods of competition, and you might ask, well, what are those? The statute doesn't say. It leaves that to the FTC. The FTC is an administrative body, and the administrative enforcement framework, again, resembles what you have in most of the world. The Department of Justice is an executive branch ministry that brings all of its cases in the federal courts, but the FTC has the option of going to federal court or using its internal specialized administrative tribunal. And it can use this broad mandate to attack behavior that does not only violate the letter of the other antitrust laws, but their spirit. The spirit is a penumbra around the other antitrust laws that allows the FTC, in effect, to stretch and reach behavior that would not be condemned in a federal court using the other antitrust laws. To summarize, over a century of experience, 1915 through the present, there have been very few successful applications. Why is that? Two things. One is the federal judiciary, which ultimately reviews these decisions, does not quite trust this provision. They always ask, where's it going? What are the boundaries on it? Can you condemn anything you want? By what criteria? And the second factor that explains limited success in implementation is that the FTC in its glorious history has rarely answered that question effectively. When courts have said, what are the boundaries? The FTC's response has usually been to say, well, it's broader than the other antitrust laws. Courts respond, yes, how much? Where? Does it contain the whole universe? The FTC has said, well, it's broader than any other antitrust laws. That's not been a comforting or persuasive answer. And it's still a barrier to using this framework as an expansion joint in the system to do more. The transformationalists see this as a way out of a very limiting antitrust jurisprudence. I don't know that they look at the past experience really carefully to see how unavailing it's been. Well, what are the aims? What's the system seeking to accomplish? If we look at the original texts and legislative history, and the formative legislation in the US was passed substantive legislation. There have been other procedural reforms and reforms dealing with sanctions, but substantive standards, 1890, 1914, and a major upgrade of the merger regime in 1950. You take them together and you ask Congress, what did you want to do? Well, one is we want to improve productivity. We want to improve dynamic efficiency. We'd like to see innovation. We'd also like to protect small and medium enterprises. We want an economic ecology in which they can thrive. We want communities to control business, to have control over their destiny so that they're not governed by corporate headquarters far, far away. And a larger aim we have is to preserve democracy itself, to ensure that economic concentration does not yield political control that ultimately disables democracy. Since the mid-1980s, mid-70s, what have courts and agencies defined as the goal of antitrust law? Their answer would be consumer welfare. Question: do consumers, as a result of the behavior, get better prices, better quality, and does the behavior enhance innovation? And you might ask, well, what about SMEs? Answer: we don't care. What about democracy? That'll take care of itself. Productivity, sure. Dynamic efficiency, yes. Community control of business. Next question. The egalitarian ingredients of this other goal structure have tended to be wrung out of the system. The 1950 legislative history on merger reform talks extensively about the rise of National Socialism in Germany in the 1930s. And many legislators say that the ascent of the National Socialists was propelled in part by the coalescence of economic and political power. That industrialists in Germany in fields such as chemicals formed and managed cartels and worked actively, aggressively with the national government over time to propel the National Socialists into a position not only of extraordinary economic and political power, but to lay the foundation for their larger ambitions. And one legislator after another in the debate says that's not going to happen here. And one way it's not going to happen here is that we are going to control increases in concentration and do it severely. So the firms do not become so large that they can facilitate this transformation of power. It's not going to happen here. Stark expression of the concern about how economic power can affect political power and can distort the operation of the political process. Recall here again how an aim of the current legislative proposals is to reset this goals framework. These proposals basically want to set the goals back to where they were when Congress set them, to bring this more egalitarian, pluralistic vision back into full relief so that everybody sees it and follows it, and to repudiate a decision-making calculus that focuses on the consumer interest alone. Fair competition, open markets, protect SMEs, workers, the democratic process. And how do you do it? You use powerful structural presumptions that limit the freedom of big enterprises, both in applying abusive dominance concepts, but certainly in applying merger control as well. This is the vision. Now, the transformationists will say, we're not radicals, we're conservatives. We want to restore what was there before it was hijacked in the 1970s by the consumer welfare fanatics. We want to bring it back to its roots. We are not the radicals. We are the conservatives in this debate. The law is enforced in a three-level framework that involves national authorities, those are the FTC and the Department of Justice, member states, and private rights of action, powerful to a degree that is not matched in any other jurisdiction around the world. Two national authorities, a executive branch ministry that reports directly to the president, and the Federal Trade Commission, which is a so-called independent agency. Independent in this crucial sense. The members of the Federal Trade Commission have fixed terms. Once confirmed by the Senate, they can only be removed for good cause. Good cause is basically committing a serious crime. The president cannot remove them because of policy disagreement. The president has the ability to shift the position of chair from one existing member of the commission to another. So there's some political control there. If one incumbent chair isn't doing the job the president wants, the president can threaten to give it to another person on the board. There's an element of political control there. There are also sectoral regulators that have a competition mandate. That's true in telecommunications and in energy, where the sectoral regulators have a broad public interest mandate that allows them, in reviewing a merger, to examine competition issues as well as other concerns. The mandates of all of these groups overlap a great deal. And at least between the public competition agencies and the sectoral regulators, you have parallel overlapping inquiries and independent decision-making. The FTC and the Department of Justice have a liaison agreement, an MOU, that defines a process by which they decide who gets what matters, basically grounded in past experience. In theory, the matter goes to the agency with the most recent, significant, relevant experience, though that relationship is often contentious. The US member states have a degree of autonomy that you do not see with the member states in the European Union. The member states have the capacity to enforce the national competition laws and to do it regardless of what the national competition agencies are doing. There is no principle that allows the US federal agencies to exclude the states, to preempt their decision-making. They can look at mergers if they want. They can look at abusive dominance. And indeed, in addition to the federal cases involving Google and Facebook, there are parallel coalitions of states who have brought their own independent cases. The states can also enforce their own member state competition statutes. So they enforce their own competition laws and they enforce the equivalent of Article 101 and 102 in the European regime. Those member state statutes can reach beyond the standards imposed by the national legislation without limit. It's not simply Article 102 that allows member states to do more. In Article 101, they can decide to do more. And indeed, in the state of New York, there's a move in the state legislature to specifically enact new legislation that directly copies the EU prohibition of abusive dominance and replaces the traditional US framework of monopolization or attempted monopolization with a close replica of Article 102. The states have competence to do that. And then there are private rights of action. This is the principal means by which victims of infringements in the US get monetary compensation. The monetary remedy is mandatory treble damages, but there's no prejudgment interest. A number of commentators have said if you had single damages with prejudgment interest, you'd have the equivalent of treble damages without. Class actions, collective actions are widely available in the United States, though subject to judicial oversight. You have to demonstrate that there's a commonality of interest among the class. There's broad power for discovery, what's sometimes called disclosure, uniquely broad power for private litigants to obtain the business records of their opponents. Also supervised by the court, but widely available. Joint and several liability. If you have a cartel case, each member of the cartel charged in the matter is liable for the full amount of the cartel injury. Fee shifting for successful claimants. This was designed to induce private parties to bring cases. If a private party wins, the other party is obligated to pay the fees of its attorneys. But this is not a loser pays framework. If a plaintiff loses, the defendant gets moral satisfaction. It does not get its costs. So one-way fee shifting. Contingent fees are appropriate. I do private work for a plaintiff's law firm. I have a plaintiff's law firm. Let's assume I can tell the client, you pay me nothing until we win. If we win, I get 30%. And in a number of spectacular recoveries, the law firm that represented the plaintiffs had a good payday. An acquaintance of mine from law school was with a plaintiff's law firm that did work in a payments case, electronic payment systems case. They settled the case for $1 billion. Their contingent fee was 20%. Their fee was $200 million. They settled the case in December. Happy New Year. It was a good day for the firm. Secretaries in the firm got $1 million bonuses. That was a good day for the law firm. And yes, very important, plaintiffs can demand jury trials. Many US cases are tried in front of juries where juries decide, for example, what the boundaries of the market are going to be, whether behavior that was aggressive was also illegal. This makes defendants very nervous. If you go before a jury, will you be facing a group of populists that see the antitrust case as the opportunity to express their dissatisfaction with the economic order by shoving a judgment down the throat of a big corporate defendant? Juries do not always do that. Defendants stay up all night worrying that they will. Remedies available in the US system. The US system, including the prohibition on abusive dominance, can be challenged as a crime with criminal fines and imprisonment for individuals. The offense was dramatically upgraded in the early 1970s from what's called a misdemeanor to a felony. It's a more serious offense that has broader consequences. Since the 1970s, the Department of Justice has brought criminal cases only against price-fixing cartels and other serious horizontal restraints. In the days when it was a misdemeanor, they brought abusive dominance cases against business enterprises and individuals. A noteworthy case in the 1960s, a case brought against the United Fruit Company. The allegation was United Fruit had engaged in predatory pricing for bananas in the Los Angeles metropolitan area and had done so by oversupplying the market with bananas. The criminal complaint identified as the bad act oversupplying the market with bananas. You can imagine the hypothetical scene in the police station where defendants are being detained and the defendants strike up a conversation about why they're there. What did you do? Well, they claim I killed a few people. What about you? Well, they claim I engaged in human trafficking. What about you? They claim that I sold 10 tons of heroin. What about you? I oversupplied the market with bananas. You can imagine the other defendants in the jail cell moving far away from the guy who oversupplied the market with bananas because that guy is a real threat and clearly dangerous. The Department of Justice came to think that it would be hard to get juries in criminal cases to convict people for oversupplying the market with bananas. So they focused single-mindedly since 1981 specifically on bringing the criminal charges only against horizontal cartels. And there they have applied the statute in a very aggressive way, including against foreign nationals. A key performance indicator for the Department of Justice is how many foreign nationals go to prison each year in the United States. It's often part of plea agreements, and it's a common part of their practice. An issue for the transformationalists is, will they take this dormant power to bring criminal cases against dominant firms for monopolization? Will they restore that? Will they restore that as a way of sending a powerful political, social, and economic message to business enterprises? You see, when the Department of Justice brought its monopolization case against Google, against Alphabet, it's a civil case. They could have gone to Mountain View and put handcuffs on Mr. Pinchai and his colleagues, led them out of the building, and they said, what's the offense? You are being arrested for illegal monopolization. They'd say, what? Yes, go read the Sherman Act. It's a criminal statute as well as a civil statute. They would have said, but nobody ever does this, not for a long time. And they'd say, it's a new world. We've decided to do it. Will the transformationalists try to restore criminal enforcement in some instances as a way of indicating their displeasure with illegal exclusionary conduct? In addition to criminal punishment, there's the array of civil remedies, injunctions against behavior, the private treble damage remedy. For the Department of Justice, the disgorgement of illegal profits, structural remedies, divestiture, compulsory IP licensing that brings new firms in the market. And yes, the impact of bringing a case by itself. It's a fascinating debate in US antitrust law. Does the bringing of a case by itself change behavior? And the answer is probably yes, to some degree. The US remedies in the Microsoft litigation in the 1990s, early 2000s, and the remedies in Europe, in one sense, were not powerful. They weren't structural remedies. Did the remedies have an impact? Maybe. Another thought is that the combination of even weak remedies and the lawsuit made Microsoft more cautious, that it limited their ability to swing away at emerging new firms such as Google. Could Microsoft have used its desktop basically to elevate Bing and make sure that Microsoft captured search and not Google? Might they have done that? We don't know. We certainly don't have the story from the perspective of Google. What were they thinking? Did Google become more aggressive? Did any of the other tech leaders, Amazon, for example, become more aggressive thinking, well, in ordinary times, Microsoft would try to crush me, but they won't do it now because the Justice Department is looking. We don't know. But one hypothesis that motivates the transformation advocates is that just having a visible presence has an effect. Tim Wu, whose picture we saw before, calls it the effect of having the policeman at your elbow, the policeman on the street as you're walking along. So you go by a bank and think, the bank's got a lot of money in the safe. I'd like some of it. Should I rob the bank? Let's see, because it's a COVID crisis, I've already got my handy mask. Wow, that's very comforting. Now I just need a weapon. I'll go in and rob the bank, but there's the policeman here. Maybe it's not a good day to rob the bank. Does the policeman at the elbow have an inhibiting effect? The transformationists say, yes, you need a visible presence in order for dominant firms to behave more cautiously. Some remedies in US cases have been powerful, but often their effect is not immediately apparent. In 1956, the Department of Justice settled a case with the dominant incumbent telecom provider, AT&T. The purpose of the case was to force AT&T to divest its wholly owned equipment subsidiary, Western Electric. AT&T had tariffs in all of its contracts with regulators that said the only equipment that can be used in our network must be made by Western Electric. Oh, that's us. So it was the monopolist provider of all the equipment. DOJ sought to divest Western Electric from AT&T. The case was settled with no divestiture. The remedy was to demand royalty-free access to most of the patent portfolio of Bell Labs, which was also a wholly owned subsidiary of AT&T. When it was adopted, commentators mocked this, said, what a capitulation. You wanted this big divestiture and you just got this patent business. Today, the patents that were put in the public domain, all the patents related to transistors, for example, seem to be the foundation for the modern digital economy. So a lot of companies use that free IP, used it to refine their own program, start new products, because the input price of the IP was the attractive low price of zero. This is seen as a great success today. In the late 50s, early 60s, through the 70s, it was seen as a colossal failure. Indeed, it was seen as a sign of the government's lack of courage. It's cowardice. It's capitulation in the face of powerful political interests. Another case that's seen as being more effective in generating significant long-term improvements in competition is the restructuring of the telephone system in 1982. Another case involving AT&T brought by the Department of Justice. The settlement accomplishes the spinoff of Western Electric. It breaks the Bell network into a long distance company and regional local operating companies. And the idea was that this would stimulate tremendous reductions in the cost of telephone service, which it did for both long distance and local service. But the big payoff was arguably to set in motion a revolution in equipment. Western Electric was spun off. It did go out to compete on its own in the marketplace, with other telecom equipment providers. Other telecom equipment providers were able to come in. And this is basically a snapshot of what happened. That's a telephone from my childhood. Many of you have never used this thing. It's a heavy black object attached to the wall with a cord that you see in the background. It sits on a table, which this one does. In the center is what's called a rotary dial. You may hear people of a certain age talk about dialing telephone numbers. That's what they're talking about. It was rugged, durable, not a lot of functionality. I think that centuries from now, when these are excavated in landfill sites, that you will still get a dial tone when you pick up the handle. Rugged, indestructible. You could get any color you wanted as long as it was black. So if you asked AT&T, can I have a blue phone? No, they're black. Can I hang the phone on a wall with a long cord? Not right now. Can I have more lines on it? There's this thing called digital. Can I have more lines on it? We'll tell you when that's a good idea. Can I put one in my pocket? If you have a really big pocket, you can put that in your pocket, but otherwise you can't put it in your pocket. Okay, that's the telephone. This is the camera in the 1980s. Again, I doubt that any of you have used such a camera. Some of you might have. That material in the middle is called photographic film. It's made by a company called Eastman Kodak, which at the time had a global market share in photographic film of over 70%. 90% in North America, less around the world because Fuji and Agfa provided alternatives. 36 shots maximum. That's the largest. You took the pictures, you rolled the film back up, and you took it to a place to be processed. If you ran out of film and ran out of shots and had the shot of a lifetime, too bad. No editing, no changing. The camera and film. That is the miracle computer of the 1960s. As you know, that's an IBM 360. That changed information processing. That's a computer that you could put in a business office. That's a computer we could do all back office activities. And that guy at the terminal, he's giving instructions to the computer. He's writing software. A big machine, but a remarkable advance in computing. That basically made IBM the giant of its time, 60s, 70s, and 80s. That's a Samsung Galaxy 9. That really does fit in your pocket. It has counterparts. What does that do? It's a much more powerful computer than that is, by far. If you want to do a little bit of homework afterwards, do a search and identify how much more computing power a smartphone has today than that machine. You will be astonished by the answer. The answer is a lot. It's also a camera, and it's not limited by how many exposures there are on the film. You can take thousands. If you have a little SIM card, almost unlimited. You can edit them. If you want to edit to take that picture of the remarkable, previously unphotographed abominable snowman on your hike in the Himalayas, you can do it. You can't say, just a second, snowman, I've got to get another canister of film. Yikes, I'm out of film. The snowman says, well, I don't do that for everyone, but sorry. You could say, hang on a second. I've got my camera right here. Don't worry, snowman, right there. He said, what's that? It's my camera. He says, that's a small piece of metal. That can't be a camera. I've seen people with cameras. They don't look like that. Well, not only does it take stills, I can take movies. And in the blink of an eye, I can transport them everywhere because it's a phone. It's a browser. It's hooked up to this thing called the internet. I can instantaneously send things anywhere I want. That, and that all fit in my pocket, as I'll show you right now. Antitrust did that. In many ways, that's a result of an antitrust decree. The AT&T breakup. Not alone, but if anyone ever asks, what did antitrust ever do to you? Just pull this out of your pocket right there. An incredible transformation, obviously, in a short period of time. So sometimes the remedies deliver in a big way. And I would say the equipment impact of the breakup was seen as a secondary consideration. It was the dynamic competition it set in motion. Just a quick comparison of the two regimes, Europe and the US on abusive dominance. Where does market power reside? 40% plus in the EU. In the US, again, the attempt offense starts at 50, monopolization 70 plus. Conduct. Both systems use an effects test. I would say the presumptions in the European Union are stronger, but I've got to read the Intel decision. I've got to read Intel again once I get my hands on it, and I've got to read Google Shopping again. And sit down and think with colleagues like Richard Wish at King's, Allison Jones, where's this going? I'm really hoping I have time to sit in for our colleagues, Raphael, to Professor Bellis, to look at the whole team, Professor Donahue, in the cases to come. I really ought to sit in and watch. Fascinated to see where this is going. But both nominally use an effects test, although all of these decisions show us that that test is malleable. It's somewhat fluid in what it condemns and what it allows. But both jurisdictions are committed to using an effects test with varying presumptions built in. The presumptions in the US tend to be weak. They've been stronger in Europe, but what does the Intel decision mean for law going ahead? Private rights of action, they're growing in the European Union, they're growing in the United Kingdom, but they're still limited, especially compared to the powerhouse of private rights in the United States. And where does doctrine come from? Mainly through public agency cases in the European Union, mainly through private cases in the United States, because the government so infrequently has been litigating abusive dominance cases to a conclusion. And an important footnote here is that the US Supreme Court does not trust the private rights system. It believes that it deters too much. The Supreme Court believes that this framework is too powerful, that mandatory trebling is a mistake in close cases. The class actions give plaintiffs too much leverage. Millions of claims assembled in one case makes you nervous about going ahead with a trial to a conclusion, especially in front of a jury. Broad discovery that's expensive, but also revealing. Fee shifting and contingent fees that create lots of supply of private plaintiffs' counseling. The Supreme Court, since the 1970s, has regarded that as excessive in its deterrent qualities, and it has narrowed doctrine to compensate. And that doctrine has bound the public agencies who go to court and say, wait a minute, we are not the private class action litigant here. If you think they are pirates, we are not a pirate ship. We are the Red Cross ship here. Court says, yeah, but the doctrine binds you too. So an important feature of public versus private litigation is that the last time our Supreme Court reviewed a monopolization case in which the government was a plaintiff was 1973. The government has appeared as a friend of the court in the private cases, but in its own case in which it stands before the court and says, this is our case. We represent the public interest. The last time that happened in the United States was 1973. And I am further willing to bet that's perhaps before any of you were born. 1973. It's when I was a student. And if my professor had said, you better study this case because you're not going to see a case like this again for over 50 years, almost 50 years, I would have said, oh, come on, how can that be? But that's what's happened. Private cases have been the vehicle for shaping dominant firm conduct. So the common issues in the US and the EU system, again, two requirements. You have to be big, you have to be bad too. What does it mean to be big? I'd say the common issue around the globe is how do you define market power in dynamic, technologically rich environments, where you have the emergence of alternatives in unexpected directions. It's a big issue in looking at the big four. How entrenched and immutable is the position of Alphabet, Amazon, Google, Facebook? They will assert in all of these matters, to use the Google cliche, it's a click away. How durable is the position of economic significance? The FTC's Facebook case accuses Facebook of having dominance in a market defined as social networking. The FTC's market definition leaves out TikTok. Is that the right move? Is the judge, in looking at all the evidence, and that won't happen for a while, is the judge going to say, you don't have TikTok in at all? Doesn't count a bit? I don't have my hand completely on the pulse of what all of my students are doing, but I know they use this other mechanism. Will that be seen as an artificially narrow definition of the market? And second, what does it mean to be bad? The FTC theory in Facebook, now as narrowed by the court, focuses exclusively on the maintenance of monopoly power by means of the acquisition of Instagram and Facebook, of Instagram and WhatsApp. Instagram had fewer than 20 employees at the time that Facebook acquired it. It was examined by a number of competition agencies, notably the United Kingdom as well, and got a pass. Nobody stepped in to attack it. What was the counterfactual? What would have happened if Instagram had been on its own? And last, if you find infringement, what should you do about it? The US system in principle is much more amenable to structural remedies, breakups. Notice the caution with which the European Commissioner, Vice President Vestager, has spoken about breakups. She talks about them as a last resort. I think that has a legal, technical, and political dimension to it. The legal technical dimension is whether a breakup would be seen as proportionate. The political dimension is basically to look at the US and say, do you really want us as Europeans to restructure your beloved tech giants? Maybe not so beloved anymore. You ought to do it. Certainly, when I was at the FTC and the European deliberations on Microsoft were continuing in the 2000s, I often found with the exasperation of my colleagues in DG Comp who would say, why should we be talking about a breakup? That's your job. If we do it, the wrath of God politically will be visited upon us. Do your own damn job. Don't make us do this. And the larger question of the bottom line is, do you make more mistakes by doing too little or doing too much in this realm? Do you make your biggest mistake systematically by not intervening? Or do you make your biggest mistakes by intervening too much? The answer in the US system to that question since the early 1980s is that the mistakes you make are usually doing too much, what are called in the jargon of antitrust law, false positives. Intervening when you should have left it alone. The transformationalists say that is exactly wrong. The mistakes you make are doing too little. False negatives. Engage much more often. And the spoken commitment again and again by the new leadership in the US federal agencies is we're going to do more. And go back to that quotation of President Biden on the day he signed the executive order. An experiment of 40 years that failed. And we're not going to do that anymore. That allowed concentration to get way out of hand. A failed experiment. And we're going to abandon it. And yes, Mr. President, an experiment of which you were a part, right? For 8 years. You might want to ask, although he would not answer this question, certainly not mine, what were you thinking from 2009 through 2016? Because some of these complaints were being made then. What were you thinking? I suspect you didn't spend a lot of time thinking about antitrust, but what was going on? Why didn't you do more? Well, unmistakably, the answer now is we're going to do a lot more and do it aggressively. Let me start with the last segment. Let me spend about 5 minutes or so on, no more than that. Let me spend about 15 minutes on this. Then we'll do some questions, comments, take another break at the bottom of the hour. And then we'll do the last lap, which is continuing to look at doctrine. What I want to do now is move to the more specific technical doctrines that govern dominant firm behavior. And again, to give you a view of the evolution of doctrine over time. I like teaching the older course cases because they're the ones I learned as a student. They're embedded in my failing memory. But also today, I teach them to my students because the transformationalists love the old cases. They love the old cases because of their philosophical perspective, which is broadly egalitarian. And they love the old cases because they impose tougher controls on business behavior. So the historical survey mainly is looking at older cases that, again, to use the slogan, are new today, and they're being rediscovered. The transformationalists say that's what competition law should have been trying to do from the beginning. There are roughly 3 periods I want to cover. I'm not going to go back to the formative era in the early 20th century with Standard Oil. I'm going to come forward to 1945 to the late 70s. That a peak of interventionist U.S. antitrust is roughly 1938, 39, up through the early 70s. And for abusive dominance, it's 1945 through the early 70s. So I want to go to a period that's often held out as being a golden age of suitably aggressive enforcement. And then to contrast that with the early 80s to the present. And then to go back to our colleague's question, especially in the last segment, and ask what's next? Is the effort to restore the vision of this first period, 45 through the early 70s, is that going to succeed? And what obstacles lie in the path of doing that? And in talking about this, I want to emphasize again this question of what are the purposes of competition law? What are we trying to do? And as you all know, that's a vital question, isn't it? That's like asking, you want to travel, where do you want to go? You don't just get in the car and say, drive. Sometimes you do. Sometimes that's fun. You're just going to take a drive in the countryside. But usually, if you say, I want to travel, certainly if you go to your favorite train company, your motor coach company, your airline, they're going to ask, where do you want to go? They will not issue a ticket that just says, just fly. There'll be a destination. And certainly the pilots of the airplane that you board, one hopes, know where they're going. When's the last time you boarded a plane? Well, I haven't boarded that many planes in the last 2 years, to my great disappointment. I would rather be in Brussels. I would talk to you in the afternoon, and then I would go out to a suitably nice place to have a damn good meal, drinking a suitably tasty adult beverage. But I haven't done that in a while. I haven't been to Brussels since the fall of 2019. Oh, it saddens me a bit. But in the old days, when you got on an airplane, the pilot did not simply say, today we're just flying. They always remind you, this is where we're going. And if you're not planning to go here, good to get off the plane. The pilot going on a transatlantic flight doesn't say, we're going to Europe. The pilot says, Brussels, Frankfurt, Munich, Charles de Gaulle, Rome, Vienna, Madrid, London, says where you're going. If the pilot just said, we're going to Europe, I'm not sure where, but we're just going, you might say, I'd like to get off right now. I have a specific destination in mind. Same in competition law. Where are we going? What's the point of it? And related to that, what's bad conduct? What's inappropriate? The key period, 45 to the early 70s, is anchored by 3 important cases. One of these cases, the traditionalists love too, as do the transformationalists. That's Lorraine Journal. Alcoa, Lorraine Journal, Utah Pi. And then a policy era from the late 60s up to 1980, when the government brings lots of cases that try to break up industries. We've talked about the big success already. That's the AT&T case, which was brought in 1974 and is resolved by a settlement in 1982. And its predecessor from this golden age of enforcement, the effort to divest Western Electric, started in 1949. It settled in 56 with a patent licensing remedy that turns out to be a lot more important than anybody really thought at the time. So again, why look at the old cases? The transformationists love them. These are greatest hits from the earlier era that are now being played again and again. Alcoa is a foundational case. Aluminum sector. There'd been an Alcoa monopolization case brought in the early formative period of US experience. There was a settlement with the Department of Justice in 1912. Monopolization enforcement, abusive dominance in the federal government wanes dramatically from the early 20s through the mid 30s. But then new leadership at the Antitrust Division in the mid 30s decides to step on the accelerator. And among the 1930s cases brought is one against Alcoa for abusive dominance, one against Saucony Vacuum for horizontal collusion. But Alcoa is the case that is the landmark of the effort to expand and grow the enforcement of prohibitions on abusive dominance. Alcoa is fascinating in many ways because it completely embraces the egalitarian vision of antitrust laws. That a key purpose of it is not just to promote efficiency, but to protect small and medium enterprises and democracy itself. The court itself, this was a Court of Appeals panel that was formed because the Supreme Court itself was recused. Too many recusals. The Intermediate Court of Appeals was the court of last resort. We know what the court was thinking because we have access to the papers of one of its members. With a colleague, I've spent a lot of time reading these papers. The panel itself hated the case. They hated competition law. They thought the antitrust laws were rubbish and said so among themselves. But they said, that's not our job. One of them said that the application of the antitrust laws to solve important issues about corporate structure and behavior is a primitive, bizarre way to make economic policy. But our job is to apply the law as Congress wanted, and their opinion is filled with lyrical testimonials to this broader vision of competition law. And it's not just about prices. It's about democracy itself. It's the preservation of an environment in which SMEs can thrive. And there's evident ambivalence in the court's opinion about exactly what it is that Alcoa did wrong. On the one hand, the court says you can't punish companies who succeed with superior skill, industry, and foresight. Court has a line in the opinion says the successful competitor, having been urged to compete, should not be punished when it succeeds. You can't imagine an Olympic Games race where the first person to cross the finish line is taken aside and beaten because they won. They get a medal, they get to stand at the top of the podium. And significantly, a very effective, successful competitor, in the Summer Olympic sport of, say, the short sprints, Usain Bolt won the 100 meters and 200 meters 3 times. After he did it twice, he was not told by the Olympic officials when he went to the starting line, sorry, you can't run. Or you can run, but you have to carry 40 additional pounds with you. He won all 3 times because he was the fastest, the best. So there's one view in the opinion that you cannot punish success achieved through the proper means. But the opinion also talks a lot about what happens when you have corporate giants. You have the smothering of opportunities for smaller firms to compete, and you have the danger to the political process. the opinion has this schizophrenic discussion about how you need incentives to compete, but really successful companies that endure over time can be dangerous. What was the conduct attacked? The conduct that was the focus of the Justice Department case was that Alcoa had not expanded capacity fast enough. And the Justice Department pleadings and briefing almost accused Alcoa of treason in the 1930s. Almost. Says there was a war brewing. It was not clear we were going to be part of it, but we didn't have the aluminum we needed ultimately to ramp up production of warships, airplanes, armored vehicles. Almost says you put us in a position of peril. The DOJ also said that the fact of having durable monopoly power for decades alone ought to be enough to create the offense. Let's abandon the search for bad conduct. What's the point? It's monopoly that's the problem. And these guys have been a monopolist for the better part of the 20th century. The court adopts a different view of the bad conduct. It does not accept the pure no fault theory. But it says size alone is not an offense. That's the successful competitor having been urged to compete should not be punished when it succeeds. We need some bad behavior too. And the court says, what was the bad behavior? It was this. It wasn't that you made too little aluminum, it's that you made too much. You expanded capacity too much. Every time you saw demand increase, you built more capacity. And by building more capacity, you crowded out competitors that might have done the same thing, that might have built more capacity. They saw you were doing it and they said, oh, Alcoa's on top of it. I can't survive. Alcoa's doing it again. Now, those of you who step back for a second and ask, let's see that again. So the offense was expanding capacity in the face of a growing demand. That's right. That you didn't need to take all these opportunities. Well, what am I supposed to do? Let's go back to the successful restaurant. I have a nice, successful little restaurant, let's say over by the Grand Sablon, one of those little avenues off of the park, the beautiful little park, the gorgeous little church, the little park that goes up a hill a little bit near there by the Grand Sablon. That's it. I have a successful restaurant. It's so good that there is a queue of people outside all the time. Now, the landlord tells me, Bill, the second floor is becoming available. Would you like to take the second floor as well? You could probably put in 5 or 6 more tables. I see the demand and I think, sure, why not? I should do that. Demand's growing. I'll try to expand supply. There are other things I could do to expand supply. Is it not my natural impulse in the face of greater demand to think about expanding supply? What else do you want me to do? Or should I say, no, thanks. I like them standing out in the cold in the winter. That's good. I like the way they freeze before they come in. That's great. You're almost telling them to do something that's counterintuitive. Many observers reading this part of the opinion have said this makes no sense. This really is a theory of no fault monopolization. By framing the bad act this way, the court suggested that, well, what would not be exclusionary? If exclusion consists of expanding capacity to meet demand, and notice, not vaporware, not promising expansion and not doing it, not promising a new product and not introducing it, no, actually building new facilities. If that is illegal monopolization, is it not possible that you could find bad conduct everywhere, all the time? What would not be monopolization if I'm a dominant firm? The remedy, the government wanted a breakup. The court says we don't have to do it because during World War II, the US government built lots of new aluminum plants. Alcoa managed them. As the war went on, partly because of the pendency of this case, Congress passes a statute that says when the war comes to an end and the government sells off these plants, Alcoa cannot buy them. They must be spun off in a way that increases competition, and the government did that, creating two new companies, Kaiser and Reynolds. The disputes about divestiture go on through the 50s, but the basic remedy was achieved through this wartime legislation that allowed the government's capacity to be spun off to two new companies, sold to them. Second landmark, this has friends both among non-interventionists and interventionists. It's called Lorraine Journal. It's a very small case that made big law. Alcoa was a huge case involving a huge company, ultimately prosecuted during the war itself. Lorraine Journal involves a newspaper in northern Ohio near Cleveland and a small AM radio station that had recently entered, WEOL. This is an early example of a two-sided market, newspaper advertising, subscribers on one side, advertisers on the other, completely interdependent. Subscriptions go up, advertisers pay more for ads because more eyeballs see the ads. More ads, subscribers, the number goes up because it's a more interesting paper. Lorraine Journal was the dominant enterprise. If publishing a newspaper in northern Ohio can be called dominant, Lorraine Journal was the only newspaper that served this community. And again, I'm talking in anachronisms. A newspaper used to be a big, heavy thing, especially on Sunday with advertising inserts that was delivered to your home or you bought in a shop. And you'd spend a good part of the day flipping through this big paper thing, the newspaper. WEOL is a competing venue for advertising. And it enters by looking to advertise some of the same products that are being featured in Lorraine Journal. And you can think of what some of the principal advertising clients were: grocery stores, food, specials, automobile dealerships. Want to buy a car? This is what we have. Two of the most important. Lorraine Journal, the newspaper, notices that WEOL is starting to get some adverts for these other clients who also advertise in the Lorraine Journal. Lorraine Journal goes to them and says, you may have noticed that we are still the dominant enterprise for the traditional news delivery technology, which is the newspaper. And here's a new small radio station, WEOL. We see what you're doing. But we don't like WEOL. They're competing as a venue for advertising. We're giving you a choice. If you want to go to WEOL, wonderful. Good luck with that. But if you go to WEOL, we will never take one of your advertisements for our paper. And did we remind you? We are the leading conduit for information, especially on the weekends. We're the place where people go to read ads. They don't go online. There's no online. They read our newspaper. So that's your choice. Stay with us completely or go to WEOL and never come to our doorstep before. The Department of Justice challenges this. I mean, this is an interesting decision for a competition agency. Should you bring a small case like this involving a relatively modest amount of commerce, or should you try to break up General Motors or break up Exxon or break up DuPont? Lorraine Journal? Lorraine Journal is a small case that makes big law because the Supreme Court says basically a forerunner of the notion of raising rivals' costs. What's Lorraine Journal doing? It's trying to make it harder for WEOL to get inputs that are necessary for its survival, to take away the best accounts, and to make it advertise other products like Bill's Coffee Shop. Who cares? Not a big grocery store or department store or an automobile dealership. And the Supreme Court says, if a dominant firm demands exclusivity without offsetting justifications, that's an infringement. And Lorraine Journal was asked, why? Why demand exclusivity? Lorraine Journal's only answer was, because that will ensure that we earn larger profits. The Supreme Court said, that's not good enough. Anything good about this for either the advertisers or for your readers? Anything? Didn't have an answer. It was good for our profits. This is still the anchor of a lot of enforcement today. This is an anchor of the Google case. It was featured in the original FTC complaint. It was the heart and soul of the federal government's prosecution against Microsoft. This is an older case that people who disfavor intervention in this domain and people who like it both embrace as being a smart case. But at the time, this was probably regarded as a waste of enforcement resources. Because Lorraine Journal, who cares? That's telling me you climbed a 100-meter tiny hill in the heart of Brussels. That's not climbing Everest. Go climb Everest. You get to the top of Everest, you get to the top of K2, then you can come home and tell me what you've done. But you've climbed nothing. No, climbing Lorraine Journal provided a view of what you might do in other cases. Quite significant. We're coming close to the bottom of the hour. When I was thinking taking a break, comments or questions about this institutional framework or the beginning of this tour through US jurisprudence? Any comments or questions?
Yeah, I've got a question about the DOJ decided to examine a small case. So is there any threshold for the DOJ to intervene? Because I think in the EU there are such thresholds. What about for the DOJ? Like, can they actually look at any case?
There's no limit. In principle, sometimes for the FTC, there's a mandate that it bring cases only if it's in the public interest to do so. If the commission decides it's in the public interest, the DOJ is not limited by any volume of commerce threshold. As long as the commerce in question affects more than one member state, it has the competence to intervene. In short, there is no volume of commerce that is crucial to its decision to go ahead or necessary. You can go after smaller markets, infringements that have less economic significance. But there's an interesting pattern in a number of areas of US competition law that big concepts have emerged from smaller cases, economically smaller cases. They could be seen almost as prototypes for testing an idea that you're going to roll out in a bigger way someplace else. I don't believe DOJ saw this as a prototype. A number of us are trying to get a better idea of what led to the decision to prosecute here. But there are a number of other instances in which the government brings a smaller case and the legal concept that's recognized for the decision has broad application. But there were no limits. There were no limits of the kind you mentioned on bringing this case. But it was held out by advocates of stronger enforcement as being, what are you doing here? Why are you worried about this? Shrug, who cares? We've got General Motors over here. That's a big case. Do that one. This should be priority number 348. Once you've broken up GM, Standard Oil, DuPont, then you can pick up Lorraine Journal. Other comments or questions on this framework?
Let me maybe throw another question in. I mean, it's a bit polemic, but what makes you think that the FTC will be able to keep the big four tech companies under control with the current framework and with the current legislation? I mean, we have the European Union thinking that they will need new legislation to tackle GAFA, which is namely the DMA. We have Germany that recently made a new law by amending their federal code, and that recently launched their first investigations against the big four tech companies. Why should the US manage to do all of that that they could have also done in the past 30 years without any new legislation?
My own view is that if you want, if you think about the predicates for true transformation, and I mean fundamental policy change, it's not simply the element of a durable commitment that we talked about before, but I think new legislation is necessary to realize the vision that the FTC leadership has in place now. And we'll see in more detail the doctrinal hurdles in our last segment, but I don't think they can reach the intended destination with what they have now. That is, if you have to operate within the existing framework, I'll put it one of two ways. If you want to achieve the results without new legislation, which basically means going to court again and again and asking the court to rethink limiting concepts that they have endorsed, that will take a very long time. It will take a long time because you will need the retirements of a number of judges on the courts now. The Supreme Court majority that endorses a very cautious view of competition law is 6-3. And they've said in any number of ways in recent years, they like the traditional vision. Even in a case earlier this year where the plaintiff, a case called Alston, gains a unanimous favorable decision from the court. It's unanimous decision supporting the plaintiff. It's a plaintiff's victory. But it is stated in ways that recite again and again the fondness of the court for relatively cautious principles of intervention. It's almost as though the court, and it speaks about consumer welfare as being the purpose of antitrust law. It says this is what we've embraced. It's almost as though the court, being aware of this larger conversation and debate, said, in case you were interested, this is what we think right now. And we like the consumer welfare test. We like the caution, which is stated in the opinion about intervening when you should not intervene, false positives. We like the evidentiary standards that force plaintiffs to justify the case. We like those things. Now, if the building across the street, the US Supreme Court sits 1 block away from the Congress building, the Capitol. If that building changes the law, of course we follow it. But for the time being, this is what we believe and we are happy with it. It's the court almost, and I'm doing unsupportable psychoanalysis here, but it's almost the court saying, we're watching this conversation, but we thought you might be interested to know what we think. And what we think is we like what we've been doing. 6-3. Unless you change the membership of the courts, unless you have a campaign over time to bring cases that offer an alternative vision, that accept a different basis for intervention, that change isn't going to happen. And even if you meant to do it and carry it out, it's a long, long way to Tipperary. So my own expectation is if you don't get new legislation, you cannot carry the transformation very far.
So question number two.
Yeah, go ahead.
Question number two would be, do you think that your dear president, with all due respect, he's probably not one of the most favored presidents in history, but do you think that he would get a majority for a change of legislation within the next few years?
I would be surprised if there's no legislation, but we'll put aside the question of how broad and how ambitious. So many conservative Republicans and liberal Democrats and people in between have announced their commitment to do something about tech. That tech's out of control, it's got too much power, And again, they say this for different reasons, but they've converged on some apparent solutions. We have to do something. We have to control mergers. We've got to control their exercise of arbitrary power. So many of them have made this a cause that I think they're in the zone of behavior now where they look foolish if they do nothing. And this includes conservatives, that if they do nothing at all, they go back to a base of supporters who say, well, and say, oh, well, it was too hard. So for me, the hard question is, what kind of legislation enables them to express their antipathy toward big tech, to make a strong symbolic statement, but perhaps accommodates the fact that these conservative Republicans do not want a complete transformation of the whole US system. They want to punch tech in the face. So what kind of legislative reform do you get that does that? This proposal that was approved by the Senate committee a week and a half ago is arguably one answer to that. This is the non-discrimination mandate that would apply to a handful of big platforms. A person like Senator Klobuchar and a number of the Democrats on the left want a much broader reformulation of US competition law. They want to restate the goals. They want more powerful controls on dominant firms, period, not just tech. They want something much more than just a tech bill. The Republicans, the conservative Republicans, have been saying tech and only speaking about tech. Some of them selectively talk about other industries. Conservative Republicans in agrarian states with a big agricultural presence have complained a lot about food processing companies that have extraordinary buyer power. That would be another niche, but that's not a foundation for broad-based reform. So will Biden throw his support behind at least this initial step to impose the non-discrimination requirement on the big platforms? I think he has to as well. He's preoccupied with a few other things right now, and I fully understand that antitrust might not be at the top of the list. Are we going to have a war in Europe? Are we going to have a war in South Asia, in East Asia, rather? Are we going to come to grips with this healthcare plague? Are we going to come to grips with an economy that's had a good growth quarter, the results published this week, but still nervous and indifferent? I can see how the president of the United States would worry about all of that first. But at some point, he has to declare his support for one of these measures. Will he adopt the strategy that I'll do it piece by piece. The first thing I want is the non-discrimination platform-oriented legislation, and we'll build on that. I guess I expect something to happen because so many legislators, left, right, and center, have talked so much about doing something that they look like idiots if they come up with nothing at all. But if the only thing they do is the platform reform, is that important? Yeah. If I'm a platform, do I really care about that? I sure do. I care about it in part because maybe it's the first step towards doing more. Maybe. But I would be surprised if the US, if there's the coalition in the Congress now or after the elections at the end of the year to do DMA in its full glory. They're going to do a piece of it. But what's unpredictable, even with new elections, is how many Republican legislators on the right regard it as a matter of highest principle to hit the tech sector right in the face, to do something big and symbolic to do that. That could be durable.
Speaking of the DMA, do you actually think that it makes much sense? Because, for instance, as Kafara and Scott Morton have pointed out, essentially what the DMA is just a collection of antitrust cases from the last decade. Is there even much of a reason behind to pass an act that essentially just says what has already been said on another occasion?
I guess I'm accustomed to hearing Christina and Fiona be a little bit more sympathetic to the DMA than that. A little, maybe not a lot, Fabian, maybe not a lot, but somewhat more sympathetic, if only because they both like to be able to walk into Madhu and continue to represent complainants and others before them. So you have to be a little bit careful about saying it's truly looking in the rearview mirror alone. I would say both of them. I see a number of commentators, and I include them in the group, would say that an approach they like better is the DMU in the UK, which is more flexible and adaptable, that goes well beyond just a codification of the jurisprudence of 102 to do something more ambitious. I would say that looking in the US setting, so far legislators have been focused really on off-the-shelf DMA type approaches. Maybe at some point they'll look at the UK model, but I'd say a recognized concern in all of these areas is that whatever you do, how adaptable will it be? And on your earlier part, Fabian, about whether you're looking at, are you attuned to the right, looking at the right phenomena that are taking place in different commercial sectors? And if there is a problem there, are you designing the legislation so that this is not just not a GAFA bill? Of course, with GAF, every time they change their name, it's Alphabet, it's Meta. Geez, I haven't even reformulated the big four. If it's only big four, is that really bizarre tunnel vision and not looking at something else as well? So I think, and when you read what Christina and Fiona have written, when you look at the really informative papers that Fiona has contributed to, the comparison with Amelia Fletcher looking at the DMA and the DMU, really nice paper showing how it matters that you pick one approach or another. The Stigler Center report that Fiona helped shepherd that looked at what a US program might look like, and it's considerably different in its orientation than simply the DMA. I participated in a couple of the roundtables that took place when the EU was discussing the formulation of the DMA. As you might imagine, a lot of people pointed to this concern, a lot, that you're building a framework that does not address the larger phenomena that you will have to address. And the drafters bristled every time you said, this is a codification of 102, isn't it? Isn't it? You say, no, it's much better than that. Almost to the point of acute irritation to hear that. Of course it learns from that, but it's much more than that. And the question is often posed, well, what survives in traditional 102 enforcement if you create this? What is the ultimate relationship between the two regimes? Not to worry. It's not the same thing. It's different. I think a concern is that you get trapped in the wrong model. Now, I have a bit of a rooting interest for the UK framework because that's where I've been working for the last 8 years. And of course, anything I would work with would have to be good, wouldn't it? Oops, that's not what the transformationalists say. But yeah, I like the approach that the CMA has taken because I think it is more adaptable, more flexible. I'd put it this way on DMA. there's a real premium on observing and monitoring in short order how it's going, to do a really unvarnished, unsentimental assessment as you move along, and not wait 10 years. No, much more frequent to ask, is this working? And by the way, in fairness to the drafters, if you ask them, they'll say this is experimental. They're not saying this is guided by divine wisdom. This is experimental, and I accept that without a doubt. A lot of policymaking here is, but if it's experimental, in the spirit of experimentation, don't you have to spend a lot of time seeing how the experiment's going? And I think they'll have to, in a regular and again very intensive way, which I think they understand this.
So if you would have to pick, keeping out the CMA proposal, if you would have to pick between the DMA and the German 19A, which one would you consider more flexible?
Germany. But a lot of the flexibility depends, of course, on what the people applying it actually do too, as we know. But I'd say the German framework is more flexible and adaptable. But as a matter of political science, I am so much looking forward to buying my ticket to watch the continuing contest between Bonn and Brussels over who's going to be in charge, who's going to run things. If we gave truth serum to our friends in Comp, do you think they're really happy with what Germany's done, starting with Facebook? Do you think they like the Facebook case? Do you think they like the new legislation? Do they like generally broad experimentation at the member state level? I think some would say, yeah, that's good for us. These are test beds. These are prototypes. If it really works there, we can do it. But the other impulse is, wait a minute, who's in charge here? Who's running this process? Is Andreas really the commissioner for competition? Before that, was it Isabel? Was it a collaboration between Isabel and Andreas? Was that really where policy was being made? Or is it, again, is it in Brussels? There's this largely friendly relationship with member states, which is tested in a framework where the new legislation in Germany is far-reaching. Or I guess to put it another way, is the German legislation only about Germany? Was the Facebook case only about Germany? Certainly, I think it's having much larger ripples. But the short answer to your other question is, I think the German framework's more flexible. Yeah.
Well, the problem will also be with all of the gatekeeper, strategic market status, and so on. They're focused on a specific jurisdiction, but obviously they will apply all over the world since these companies are acting all over the world. So,
are you saying there's some externalities here? Yeah, no kidding.
Well, in 1 or 2 years' time, you will have a nightmare of weird systems describing gatekeepers against each other.
But think of the great benefit to academics in writing about the nightmare, to counselors and advisors in giving advice about the nightmare. There's just going to be so many rich opportunities for doing conferences and papers. It's unimaginable. I would feel a lot better about all of this if all of these players were talking to each other a lot more. There's some conversation, without a doubt. But how much? Enough? That is, among these groups, who's looking at the intersection of these different policy streams? And by the way, it's not just Germany, it's not just the European Union, it's not just the United Kingdom, the United States, it's Australia. There's a big country in the landmass of Asia that's doing things here too. China, lots of parallel activity with overlapping significance. And who's there talking about compatibility, interoperability. I mean, is the model that's going to emerge is that DMA sets global standard? Is that going to be it? Will that be the global standard? That's part of a conversation in the US today. In these legislative debates over this narrow self-preferencing, narrow, I mean, it's a big deal, but it was self-preferencing platforms. Part of the discussion is, are we too late? Have we missed our chance to play here? Has the concrete for the road already been poured and it was built by a construction company in Europe? Are we too late? Is it done? And are we going to be following with an echo that says, oh, look here, this used to be our game. It was all ours once. And then we had subsidiary adopters, but it was ours. Hey, look at us. I think a tone and question in the legislative debates is, what is the relevance to what we're doing here to what's taking place in what's called ROW, rest of the world? That's a good question. Any other questions right now? And then we'll take a break and do one more lap.
I got one on back in the US. So you've mentioned earlier the executive order. Do you think that the executive order already had tangible impacts on the conduct of antitrust enforcement in the US, or is it just too early to say?
It's too early to say. As you know, in an academic classroom, when a really hard question like this is posed, the instructor can say, well, we'll get to that later, but I can't do that with you here. Or says, well, what do you think? It has promised to make a real difference. There's so many areas of policymaking where you have regulators or ministries with adjacent or overlapping policy responsibility. That is the real estate of policymaking in many countries. In so many instances, the total quality of policy, where these interests are parallel or overlapping, would be improved through collaboration. I've seen this in the United Kingdom, by the way. I've seen the better collaboration that's going on among the data protection regulator, the competition authority, and all those concerned with consumer matters. The cooperation between Ofcom, the telecom regulator, and the competition authority. As a member of the board, I sit in lots of those meetings. And it goes beyond the, look, we've got an MOU, and here's the pen, hooray, an MOU. It goes well beyond that. A multi-tiered cooperation, senior leadership, managers, case handlers. I see it happening. I see the benefits that can come from it that are being generated. In the US setting, I also know that it doesn't happen automatically and nothing about it is easy. To our colleagues' earlier question about durability, you can do it if you're willing to stay at it. And a problem with a lot of policy making in the US, but maybe in your countries as well, is the impulse for credit claiming. I've done something new, big, dramatic, and wonderful. It's another item on my CV, but then I'm gone, and who cares? These sorts of things require changes in agency culture and decision making that only will take place over a long period of time. The UK process I'm referring to, I've been watching for almost 9 years now. And the synapses are being created, they're being deepened. Question for the Biden administration: are you in this for the long run? And most important, is your successor going to be in for it? And are you doing things now that will make your successor, whoever it is, look at it and say, that's a good idea? If we're developing varietals of wine, and and I come into the mix and say, 30 years ago, and I say, no, I've just been to New Zealand. I've been to Marlborough region. And if you're a white wine drinker, there's this amazing stuff called Sauvignon Blanc, and they're making it there. And I think we ought to serve more of it. At some point, I hope it's good enough that my successor, the sommelier, will say, that is good. That belongs on our list. I'm new, but I think we ought to keep it so that they don't tear up the list and throw it out. Are you building these relationships in a way that means that they will stick, to use May and Neustadt's phrase? And that involves saying, I'm going to do things right now that build the framework and build the relationships. But one objective is, what happens if the Republicans win the Senate, win the House, and in 2024, they get the White House back? Are there things I'm doing now that, even though they'll be partisan, it'll be a polemical, horrible election, like the last one, like the one before that? Will a Republican come in and say, oh, if the Democrats did, it can't be good? Well, just take a taste. Let me pour you a glass. Have a taste. Oh, I'm going to hate it. The Democrats liked it. No, just try it. Try it. And you have a taste and you say, that's not bad. I'd like some more. Are you doing things that will make your successors want to keep serving that product? And in public administration, that's really hard to do. In that sense, it's too early to tell. There are features of their program that can generate improvements, that can move you from inside the production possibility frontier out to the frontier. There are things there that would be good for us that have been tested in other jurisdictions. Do we have the perseverance to stay on the course and finish that race? That's a hard question of political will. And sadly, in our current political environment, you may have noticed there's a certain amount of polarization. And if you looked at the meter that showed you the volume of goodwill in the reservoir of policymaking, that meter registers empty. Empty. There's no goodwill in our system. It has been stomped out, so that even seemingly obvious measures that would be good for a nation or a people, no matter who produced them, are viewed with suspicion. So that's a hard policy environment in which to go forward. It's why, if I were Biden, I would not have said the past 40 years have been a disaster. I wouldn't have said that. Because the Microsoft case, which was brought during those 40 years, that was a good case. There are a number of things that turned out well. The catastrophe narrative is not your ally in building lasting policy reform. It gets in your way. If you've said it's all rubbish and a disaster, it becomes harder to say quietly, maybe it wasn't a complete disaster. Indeed, maybe some of the things they did were actually good. Can you admit that once you've been saying quite loudly that it's a catastrophe? That's hard to do. So again, if you look at, if you and I were running a betting shop and we were trying to figure the odds, the things that would lead us to think it's not going to happen are short-term perspective in policymaking, deep partisanship, and sheer difficulty of bringing together different public institutions to work as a willing collaboration instead of reluctantly. The good part about it is that if you can open their eyes to see that will really be better, that there'll be credit to go around for everybody. And if you can generate some results that people broadly recognize as being good, no matter where they are in the political spectrum, Republicans, Democrats, in between, whatever, I just say that's very hard to do in our political economy now. Really hard. Can be done. Can be done. One thing I do in thinking about this is I go back and I am fond of, in moments of discouragement, I like to look at examples of things that worked. And I think of Monet and Schumann. Coal and steel treaty. Is that a big, grand solution? In one sense, that was a small step that was a big step, but it was a small step. That was a big step. And I guess it came from the awareness that if we have World War III, there'll be nowhere to live. There'll be no caves to live in. There'll be nothing. Can't happen again. Small step becomes a big step. George Marshall Plan. The inspiration for it. The way that he built a bipartisan coalition in a Congress that had thought, we're done. We're done. We did World War II. We're done. Europe, you're on your own. Marshall says, no, it's a common effort. And by the way, everything we fought for in Europe will disappear. All of it. And he got a Congress that was very, very doubtful. He told them, this is how serious the problem is. There's only one country in the world that can pay for this. And we will regret it forever if we just stand by and watch. And he was asked in the hearing, when he was asking for the money, he said, General Marshall, is this going to work? He said, I don't know. I can't be sure. Could fail. I do know that if we don't try, we will never forgive ourselves. And basically what Congress did was reach in the drawer, pull out the checkbook and say, how much was that again? I'd like to think that that can happen again in different areas of policymaking. The collective effort that Biden lays out his vision of a whole of government program, that can do some good things. Not easy, but maybe it has a chance to work because in some sense, it's not a cosmic change in the world. Small steps can be a big deal. Coal and steel, big deal, really big deal. Lorraine Journal, small case, big law. Maybe that's how you get there. Sure, you can do smaller things well, and people say, I'll have another. Let's come back at 1/4 Let's come back at 1/4. I'd like to look at a few more doctrinal points, and then in some way to sum up the conversation we're having now, which is where does this go? And can it work? So 1/4, one more segment. Hi, Grumpy.
You can start whenever you want.
Very good. Thank you, Valerie.
Yes.
One more drink.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, one more segment to continue looking through doctrinal elements with a few thoughts at the end about what's next. Much of which we've been talking about already. A durable product of Lorraine Journal is what has been the go-to theory of exclusion for the public agencies and for private plaintiffs in monopolization cases. And that is the use of exclusivity as a device to raise rivals' costs, where the aim of an exclusive contract or an exclusivity arrangement, whether it's called bundling, whether it's called tying, whether it's a contract that specifically demands exclusive dealing, where the aim is to foreclose access of a rival upstream or downstream to inputs that they need to succeed. This is the intuition of the Lorraine Journal case, and this far and away has been the argument that's worked and seems to be accepted by courts, even those that are skeptical of broader application of the prohibition on monopolization. The issues that are relevant are, one is, does the firm have the incentive to impose the exclusive arrangement? Does it have the ability to impose it effectively? Are there countermeasures that a rival can take to circumvent the exclusivity demands of the dominant firm? The countermeasures typically involve the availability of other sources of supply. Truly effective exclusionary strategies single out the best input suppliers, either for raw materials, inputs, or downstream distribution. They tend not to seek complete exclusion, if only as an antitrust counseling device to show that there are alternatives available. But this is the theory that's anchored in Lorraine Journal. It was rediscovered in the U.S. Microsoft litigation, and it continues to be an important mainstay of enforcement. The enforcement idea that liberals and conservatives tend to accept as the right way to think about many exclusionary strategies that have not just the dimension of the horizontal relationship, but vertical access to inputs or distribution. Another older case, much criticized by non-interventionists, but beloved by transformationalists, is Utah Pie. Utah Pie involved a local baker of dessert products in Salt Lake City. The local bakery had great success. If you defined a relevant market as the market either for frozen dessert pies or other baked goods, they had a market share that crept up at 50% or more. They were the leading firm. They faced entry from a big national firm. IT&T was the defendant in the case. They were the biggest national baked goods company, and they enter. And how do they enter? Like many firms enter, they entered with discounts. Utah Pie, the incumbent's market share fell, and they brought a predatory pricing claim. Their allegation was that the defendant had priced above its own total cost, but below the plaintiff's cost. So the essential allegation here and finding of the court was that the defendant IT&T's prices were above its total costs. And as you know, there's a modern scholarship that says that even pricing above one's own total costs ought to be a matter for scrutiny where it's a strategic device to eliminate a promising entrant that has not accumulated the experience to keep its own costs down yet. There was a claim and apparently some proof that the defendant had sent a representative into the plaintiff's plant for what the trial court and the Supreme Court called industrial espionage. The defendant tried to say it was just a hello, getting to know you meeting, but there was an unseemly episode of, again, what's labeled as form of unscrupulous conduct. And with respect to effects, the Supreme Court noted that the impact of IT&T's policy was to create a declining price structure in the Salt Lake City market for frozen dessert pies. And the court upheld the finding of liability, which the jury had made. Many commentators have looked at the case and criticized it severely. They've said pricing above average total cost, that ought to be a safe harbor. The industrial espionage, all right, not nice, but did it really contribute to ITT's expansion of operations? And last, where the Supreme Court said the problem here is that in the Utah pie market, there was a declining price structure. If you're going in to shop in the supermarket and you go in and you notice that the prices for your favorite frozen dessert pies are going down, does that make you feel good or bad? Should the grocery store post a notice that says danger, declining prices inside? From whose point of view is a declining price structure a menace or a benefit? The Supreme Court saw it to be a menace, and I think really modeled the interaction as a significant but locally owned baked goods company competing with a major, well-financed national baked goods company that's coming in as an entrant. A perspective that was quite solicitous of the well-being of the local firm, arguably establishing a pricing test from what you can infer from the decision that would limit the ability of a significant national firm to enter with discounts, even discounts that allow you to recover all of your costs, where the result was a declining price structure and loss of market share by the local incumbent. As we'll see, subsequent Supreme Court commentary on predatory pricing has walked away from this test. When the transformationalists write about predatory pricing, they say the case that got it right was Utah pie. That was precisely right. For reasons I'll mention, that would be a difficult test to restore, but it's one that the proponents of aggressive scrutiny of dominant firms like a lot, precisely because of its analytical approach and its broader perspective. In this period of expansive enforcement, again, I'm talking about 45 up through the early 70s, there are merger decisions that reinforce, from the point of view of merger policy, the broad egalitarian view of merger control. In 1962, the Supreme Court says, we willingly give up efficiency for the benefit of preserving SMEs. The vertical integration challenged in the merger might have been good for price reduction, for performance in the shoe sector, but would have been bad for smaller firms. And facing the trade-off between greater efficiency, cost reduction, price reduction, and the preservation of SMEs, and applying the merger control statute amended in 1950, we willingly sacrifice the efficiencies. Another merger decision in 1967, the court says the parties have raised efficiency arguments to justify the transaction. They are irrelevant. You cannot offset our concern about competitive effects, about new entry, about the growth of smaller firms, about the dominance of incumbents. And the incumbent here that was buying the asset did not produce the asset. This was a conglomerate merger. Maybe potential competition. It raised efficiency arguments. It said, we don't make this product, which is household bleach. We have a great distribution network. We will take a great brand and we'll sell much more of it. Output's going to go way up, running through our distribution system. The Supreme Court said irrelevant, suggesting that the court was willing to give up efficiencies to achieve the egalitarian perspective. Okay, we look at this period as a whole. We come up to the 60s, 1970s. The big critique of US antitrust policy is that it has not dealt with concentration, that economic concentration has grown. Why not use the concept of Alcoa, which is almost a no-fault case? A variety of commentators say, bring more structural cases. Don't worry so much about the conduct, although the government continued to plead conduct. And the federal agencies from 1969 to 1980 seek to restructure the petroleum refining sector, the breakfast cereal sector, the plain paper photocopier sector, computers, that was the IBM case, telecom, that was the AT&T case, bread, they bring a predatory pricing case against ITT, not for the Utah Pie episode. They bring two other significant predatory pricing cases. They bring a challenge to collective dominance in the automobile rental market, Hertz, Avis, and National. They bring the boldest program of deconcentration-minded lawsuits since the early part of the 20th century. A few succeed. Xerox generates a favorable settlement. AT&T generates a favorable settlement. Most of them are failures. It also inspires the development in the business sector. What we see now as the modern network of economic consultancy, CRA, is created as a response to the IBM case. CRA was created to help IBM defend itself against the government and private plaintiffs in the computer sector. It increases dramatically major corporate funding for academic research that is favorable to corporate interests. And they greatly increase their presence in government with lobbyists. Why? It was one thing when you wanted to impose controls on conduct. It was entirely different if you wanted to break companies up. Many companies, large enterprises, saw breakup decrees as death sentences, a phrase they used, and mobilized what we see now as the modern network of representation, funding, government relations to defend themselves. This is a review of the FTC program in the 1960s. The bolded cases, Hertz, that's the automobile case, Xerox, plain paper copying, Sunkist, that involved ag co-ops. Those succeeded, everything else failed. And the FTC also came close to bringing a collective dominance case against the auto sector and to beginning to prosecute cases on a no-fault basis, which is to challenge persistent dominance by itself as a violation of Section 5 of the FTC Act and its prohibition on unfair methods of competition. DOJ, in the same period, collective dominance case, automobile tires, single firm dominance cases, Ottertail, that's a small integrated electric utility company in the northern United States, a small case that made big law involving what we call essential facilities. IBM and AT&T as well. And it considered bringing many more collective dominance cases. Again, part of an unequaled government effort to bring its resources to bear on shared and collective dominance. The government's cases, in a way, get trapped in a basic change in the external environment. What's going on in the 70s? The US economic preeminence is no longer taken for granted. The defeated Axis powers, Germany, Japan, are back on their feet, producing world-class automobiles and consumer electronics. There's a sense in the US in the 70s that the US has lost its ability to innovate. The intellectual environment, inspired in part by corporate funding for research and other work, is generating lots of papers that challenge the structuralist orthodoxy. And judges become aware of the extent to which the US seems to be losing its grip on economic affairs, that US firms are no longer preeminent. IBM succeeded in several cases by saying, were we perfect? No. Did we do some rough things? Yes. But the rough things do not explain our improvements in performance. And if the automobile industry had improved productivity and performance the way we do, we'd be getting 1,000 miles per gallon of gasoline, and that's not happening. That's how much we've improved computing and computing power. And the modern judicial doctrinal equilibrium begins to shift, demanding more robust proof of market power and much stronger proof of actual or likely anti-competitive effects. The big pivot for this is 1977 in a merger case called Brunswick, where the plaintiff was basically seeking damages in the form of lost monopoly profits. And the Supreme Court said that can't be right. It's not enough just to show that your profits suffered. You have to link your injury to harm to the competitive process, to consumers. It's the source of the famous phrase, it's competition, not competitors, that the antitrust laws protect. Sylvania is a vertical restraints case where the court says, if you want bright line prohibition rules, they have to be based on demonstrable economic effects. Don't talk to us about fairness, about protecting smaller firms. Talk to us about demonstrable economic effects. The intellectual pivot during this time, it is the publication of Bork's Antitrust Paradox, but it's Philip Arita and Donald Turner with their antitrust law publication. And both Bork, the Chicagoist, Arita and Turner, the Harvard people, condemn the use of a broad egalitarian goals framework, arguing that it is not administrable. There's no clear way to trade off efficiency gains from corporate size against the loss of opportunities for small firms. And that what antitrust law should focus on is welfare effects, output, with respect to price, quality, innovation. And Harvard in particular said, it's crazy for our system to try cases before juries. It's crazy to use treble damages. We need a more nuanced approach. And the only way for courts to really recalibrate is to adjust the doctrinal standards to make it harder for plaintiffs to prevail in abusive dominance cases. Bork, we've seen him before, the formative figure. More people know about him, but I bet nobody could pick this guy out of a lineup. That's Phil Arita. His treatise, now authored by Arita and Herbert Hovenkamp, is the most heavily cited source of authority on competition law in the United States. The Supreme Court cites Arita's treatise far more often than anybody else. One of his close intellectual compatriots, as you go through the 70s, the concern about weaker U.S. economic performance and the ascent of major economic rivals, which partly fosters this view about what is antitrust doing. One of his main compatriots is the man who announced his retirement yesterday. Justice Breyer is going to retire at the end of the summer. Breyer channels Arita. And Arita's point of view that an antitrust system must be cautious in applying strict tests to dominant firms, lest it unduly diminish incentives to innovate, that it creates excessive deterrence, and antitrust law should be anchored fundamentally in economic analysis, an analysis that looks at welfare effects. Breyer's departure from the court will make it, in one sense, somewhat less conservative. His likely replacement will be someone who's committed to a broader vision. Now, the balance of the court, 6 conservative members of the court, a moderate centrist Breyer, and 2 others further to the left, that doesn't change the coalition of 6. But Breyer's replacement is likely to have a less robust taste for aggressive antitrust enforcement, a broader taste for stronger enforcement than Breyer did. The IBM litigation is very telling. The DOJ lawsuit runs for 13 years before it's dismissed. Did it have a chastening effect on IBM? Probably. Did it facilitate the emergence of Microsoft as an independent competitive source in information services? Possibly. IBM not only defeated the government, but it crushed most of the private cases. And it did so in particular by emphasizing that its improvement in performance, the improvements in computing power, were not related to exclusion, but to superior performance. It convinced court after court that that was the case. And this is, I think, in many respects, what has happened in the US system. The Harvard concerns about excessive deterrence through private trouble damage cases. The shared Harvard-Chicago concern about the ambiguity of goals and the importance of having clarity. And then the Chicago concern about incentives for dominant firms to compete. They coalesce in a process of judicial equilibration that progressively, from the 70s forward, with a couple of zigzags, has given dominant firms broader and broader discretion to choose business tactics that they like. Again, we mention one example of equilibration before. The Department of Justice through the 60s used to bring criminal cases against dominant firms. The United Brands banana case is an example. After the offense is made stronger in the 1970s, DOJ concludes we will not get convictions unless we focus exclusively on serious horizontal restraints and are able to depict the defendants in effect as being thieves, stealing money from consumers. The market power tests have remained roughly the same, but it is impressive to notice that the successful cases against defendants since 1990 have involved market shares of 85% and up. Have the courts insisted on it? No. Has the government been too reluctant to bring cases below 80, 85%? Perhaps. Certainly the transformationists believe so. But there's a unmistakable tendency to narrow the zone of enforcement to focus on the most remarkable cases of market power rather than at thresholds that used to prevail. Certainly one thing that the transformationalists have said is we're going to go after cases at lower thresholds. We'll use the attempt defense at 50%. And we want to rely much more heavily on direct evidence of market power to exclude rather than simply looking at market shares. And to look at a demonstrated ability to repel entrants over time is a clear sign of significant market power. In the analysis of effects, the courts in principle have suggested that actual effects alone are not the only basis for showing harm, that prospective harm is relevant, especially harm with regard to innovation, new product development. The lower courts clearly have accepted that. The Supreme Court has been more ambivalent, but there still seems to be room to build cases by saying, I can't show you that consumers at this moment are paying higher prices than they should, or enjoying less innovation. I can show you that this path of exclusion will ensure that those types of outcomes will manifest themselves in the future. And there is still a role for intent evidence that demonstrates the logic of the exclusionary plan. In the Microsoft litigation in the late 90s, a vital piece of the Department of Justice case consisted of Microsoft memos, some of them written by the chief executive himself, Bill Gates, that laid out the logic of the exclusivity program and demands the company was imposing on OEMs, on internet service providers, and explained how exclusive dealing would enable them to forestall the emergence of alternative middleware products, which over time could migrate in the direction of replacing the Windows operating system itself. The standards for what constitutes improper conduct have gotten a lot tighter. the Supreme Court has reformulated predatory pricing law. And in the Brook Group case decided in 1993, said that there's no predatory pricing infringement unless there is pricing below cost, i.e. no pricing illegal above average total costs. And the crucial feature, demonstrate that once the target of predation has been subdued, that the dominant firm will be able to recoup its investment in predation without attracting new entry and expansion that keeps prices at competitive levels. So it's not enough to show that the defendant set its prices even below its variable costs for a significant period of time, and to show that that chastened the target. Plaintiff has to show recoupment. This is a requirement that has no counterpart in 102 jurisprudence. And along with the Supreme Court's comments in a later case called Linkline, that we don't really accept the idea that there is a standalone price squeeze theory of liability, we use a predatory pricing framework that has these elements. The possibility for a plaintiff to prevail since 1993 on a true predatory pricing case has essentially evaporated. The Cicilline House Committee report that I mentioned has suggested that the Brook Group case and one of its predecessors, Matsushita and Linkline, all be expunged and repudiated, and a different set of presumptions be in place. That would have to be done by legislation, and that is not part of the package that the tech opponents have coalesced behind in the Congress right now. The non-price exclusionary conduct theory that works is raising rivals' costs, and the behavior that has been condemned routinely involves demands by the dominant enterprise that suppliers of significant inputs, upstream or downstream, deal with it alone. That has been the path to success. For a while, from the mid-'80s to the early '90s, it looked like the Supreme Court was going to carve out a different path on abusive dominance. In the Aspen case, a unanimous court found an infringement where the leading owner of downhill skiing services in Aspen, Colorado, downhill skiing was defined as the relevant market. It was found by the court of first instance in a jury trial and was not challenged. Whether Aspen should be treated as a relevant market where there's so many other skiing venues in Colorado, in the Rocky Mountains, in the rest of the world, well, contentious issue, but Aspen was regarded as having 90% of the relevant market. It formed a cooperative venture with its only rival to offer a single skiing pass that was good for skiing on all of the Aspen slopes. The all Aspen area pass was priced at a price set by the two venturers. You might think for a moment, is that a good idea? That wasn't an issue in the case. Aspen, the dominant incumbent, decides to get out of the arrangement. It abandons it. The court found that this injured consumers. There were consumers who said, we like the all area pass. We liked having one pass to staple on to our ski jacket instead of having to fumble for different passes if we went to different mountains. The court said, you have substantial market power. You were engaged in a collaborative venture that consumers liked and you bailed out. It injured your former partner. Consumers suffered injury. What are your justifications? The company said, we think we can make more money this way. They didn't say our counterpart isn't grooming the slopes properly. They didn't say our counterpart's quality in other areas has fallen off. They're not fulfilling their obligations. It simply said, we don't like them, and we think we can make more money without them. Maybe by implication, we can essentially squeeze them to the edge of effective operations. The remedy, you're going to keep dealing with them. The Aspen case is unanimous. The Supreme Court vindicates this theory of liability. The thought is, the court is poised to embrace a broader notion of refusals to deal. In 1992, in a case called Eastman Kodak, it finds that a single firm can exercise monopoly power in the aftermarket for its products, even though that firm only has a 20% of sales in the original equipment market. That users become locked in. And in this case, public purchasing agencies said, we depend on aftermarket competition to get us good prices. Kodak changed its maintenance and parts availability agreement and said that if its existing users did not conform, they would lose warranty protection. The court said that change in behavior, that change in an existing practice that disadvantaged independent service organizations was an infringement. It asked Kodak, what is your justification? Kodak ultimately said we were protecting our intellectual property in our parts. The court said, can you document that at the time that you made the decision? The answer was no. The court said this justification is a pretext, conceptually possible, but obviously generated for the purpose of succeeding in litigation after the fact. It did not motivate your decision at the time. Again, a case that was seen as embracing a more realistic view of aftermarkets, recognizing broader possibilities for dominant firms to control aftermarkets and exclude independent service providers. It looked at if you took Aspen plus Kodak, you had a broader conception of the Sherman Act. The US Court of Appeals, a decade later, in the Microsoft case I mentioned, also accepted a view of Section 2 of the Sherman Act that was somewhat more receptive to enforcement. And here, the Department of Justice relied very heavily on the raising rivals cost notion that Microsoft had used its desktop and exclusive arrangements with computer manufacturers and internet service providers to ensure that Netscape never emerged in any form as an alternative to the Windows operating system. The court found unmistakably that Microsoft was a monopolist, even though Microsoft anticipated developments that in some way have come to pass. The Internet of Things. Microsoft had a durably high market share, 90% for operating systems for Intel compatible PCs and laptops. And the court concluded that Microsoft's own documents tended to underscore the intuition of this market. That Microsoft's own documents said, yes, other possibilities exist for entry, but they don't matter right now. Was Microsoft correct in its own judgment about its market position? Arguably not. The case embraced a burden shifting approach, which academics think is very useful. The government has not, the Supreme Court hasn't specifically embraced this. That is, for an abusive dominance case, the plaintiff must show monopoly power. It has to prove actual or likely anti-competitive effects. If it does that, the burden then shifts to the defendant to come forward with justifications. If the justifications are plausible, if they're demonstrated by reference to contemporaneous decisions taken, the plaintiff then has to show that net anti-competitive effects predominate. And the court said, you don't have to put the conduct in an existing doctrinal pigeonhole. We recognize that exclusionary strategies are often complex and involve a collection of acts. Tell us a story about how the exclusion operates. We won't necessarily force you to say it's a predatory pricing case. It's merely an exclusive dealing case. It's tying. Explain to us the strategy of exclusion. And this framework enables us more flexibly to address it. The effects account, actual or likely effects. So this encompasses harms that will take place in the future, harms to innovation. And the intent evidence that matters, Microsoft had documents that very, very clearly, meticulously spelled out the purpose of specific practices and linked them to the anticipated exclusionary effect. The court said, we don't care about documents that say, I want a lot more business, or I want to be a giant, or I want to be triumphant. The court said, everybody writes that. What else do you want them to do? The documents that explain how the exclusion operates, we credit those as being significant. Remedies, the government came out of the Microsoft case with relatively light touch conduct remedies, but There's a debate since about whether they worked. And a number of commentators say the fact that the case ran in the US, ran in Europe, conduct remedies came out, gave breathing room to, well, the four famous tech players now. The Supreme Court over the last 20 years has poured some cold water on the possibilities for expansion. The Trinco case, decided in 2004, involved an allegation that an incumbent dominant telecom provider had failed to comply with the obligations imposed by telecommunications regulation and implementing secondary regulation. The telecom reform measures that were at issue had established a separate remedial path for infringements. You went to the state telecommunications regulator, and if there was an infringement, you got double damages. The plaintiff here, on behalf of a large class of telecom service consumers, alleged that the failure to comply with the telecommunication regulatory scheme was an infringement by itself, also of the Sherman Act and the prohibition of monopolization. So the infringement of a collateral regulatory command was the basis for finding improper behavior in the Section 2 context. The plaintiff relied heavily on Aspen. It relied heavily on the Ottertail Essential Facility case that spoke about the obligations that a dominant firm had to deal with companies that needed access to the facility. The Supreme Court said, Aspen is at the fringe of our jurisprudence or beyond. It didn't repudiate Aspen, but it said, don't rely too heavily on Aspen. We don't particularly like it anymore. Essential facilities, the court said, we've never recognized that doctrine by that label. We've never had an opinion that talked of essential facilities, and suggested that that concept only applied to access to traditional public utility infrastructure assets, electric utility grids, water systems, some transport networks and assets, bridges, terminal facilities. And the court further went on to say, there is clearly a separate mechanism here for addressing the regulatory policy infringements. Use that, not the treble damage lawsuit mechanism of the Sherman Act. The opinion is written by the late Antonin Scalia, but the opinion majority includes Breyer. And they saw eye to eye on these issues. The opinion would have been changed without a doubt if they'd wanted to. In addition to dealing with the technical question of whether the violation of another regulatory regime also violates the antitrust laws, there really wasn't a terrible amount of disagreement more broadly about that result. The Congress had created a bespoke regulatory framework, used that framework, not the antitrust laws. But the court went on to write a testimonial about the benefits of monopoly power. There's a second and arguably unnecessary section in the opinion that says monopoly power can be good because it attracts entry. It attracts new firms into the market. Entrepreneurs dreaming of being monopolists commit themselves to developing new companies, and that's good. And it goes through a disparaging account of other expansive theories that have been used to suggest the broad application of the Sherman Act, and to discourage the idea that Aspen plus Kodak equaled a great extension of Section 2 jurisprudence. Trinco is a case which this past year the court said, we like Trinco a lot. Trinco is the case that the transformation advocates perhaps hate the most. Attempted monopolization, same standards I mentioned before. Again, the main point here is that the shrinking of the types of conduct that are thought to be offensive has meant that this incipiency mechanism has not been particularly effective. And in so many instances here, it has been the Supreme Court talking about how much it fears over-deterrence through private rights. Trinco is a private case. Again, The last time the federal agencies appeared before the Supreme Court in an abuse case is 1973. All the subsequent cases have been private cases. If the Facebook and Google cases make their way to the Supreme Court, it'll be the first time the government's been there in well over a generation. Will the Supreme Court view the government differently? It's hard to conclude that it will. So closing thoughts about what this means. We've talked about this a lot. The doctrinal barriers to the expansion of US abusive dominance enforcement today are formidable. They're not impossible, but they are formidable. The cases at issue now are going to take a long time. In particular, I've got a lot of other slides, but I'll just show you a couple. The Google case that DOJ has brought will not begin the trial until September of 2023. The initial decision probably won't be issued until June of 2024. The appeals through the first level of appeals not completed until June 2025. And if the Supreme Court takes the case, a decision in June 2026. Do you think this industry will change at all between now and then? Is this fast enough? Again, with no interim remedies, is this fast enough to address the perceived competitive harm? The FTC's Facebook case will go no faster. So the existing doctrine allows some success, but it's hard to invoke. The cases take a long time and will not produce immediate results, which focuses a lot of the attention back on legislation, and the prospects for sweeping legislation to change the whole framework, I think, are remote. Narrower targeted measures that go at selected big tech platforms, maybe. I would even say barely, by a small margin, likely, because so many legislators have said it's going to happen. But on the longer term, as several of you have asked, what does it take to carry out transformation? Are you able to make that work over the long term? Is the political support durable? Will you have the money to bring and win the big cases? What will it take to overcome the skepticism of the courts in that lineup at the bottom? The longer line: Roberts, Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Barrett. Antitrust skeptics, not nihilists, but skeptics. Kagan, Sotomayor, Breyer, soon to be replaced. More receptive. But that's a difficult gauntlet to travel. Give you a final thought. What about the rest of the world? I think the US message abroad with this team is going to be go faster, do more. Don't be cautious. The US is taking its foot off the brake and standing on the accelerator. Are the US abusive dominance cases old technology? Do you need something like the DMA or the DMU to really have an impact? And last, will the egalitarian goals framework stick? Our courts today do not believe this, but the US is going to be telling the rest of the world that's the way to go. And the bolder you want to be in using the broader vision of policy, the better off we are. And the United States will not any longer tell you that the biggest problem you make is in doing too much rather than too little. We are right up at the top of the hour, and I know that I have exhausted our time, but I'm happy to hang around for questions.
I have a question. Do you think there will be a next round of Epic versus Google? Because as far as I'm aware, the problem in that case was Epic's market definition.
Epic Apple, perhaps?
Epic Apple, yes. Sorry, yeah. Too much Google today.
Yeah. Both sides have appealed the Court of First Instance decision. Apple says that they should have been exonerated with respect to all challenge practices on all theories. Epic is arguing that the dismissal of the federal antitrust claims was erroneous, and it should have prevailed on more than this relatively narrow concept of the state of California Unfair Competition Act. That could be the vehicle that gets back to the Supreme Court. It could. So it will again be this private lawsuit that's on a much faster track, which the trial judge handled far more expeditiously. That could be the vehicle that gets to the Supreme Court first. That decision, if it happens, will have a big spillover onto the Facebook case, the Google cases brought by the government agencies. And there's a possibility that if the Supreme Court is not fond of a broad expansion of antitrust scrutiny of big tech using traditional techniques, they will say so there. Interesting question. Does that provide a catalyst for the Congress to do more? If Epic is wiped out in front of the Supreme Court, which it might not be, the Supreme Court might not tamper with the finding about California's statute. It might not. But if it issues an opinion that triumphantly reinforces the dismissal of the federal antitrust claims, is that the kind of event that will cause Congress to say, urged on by the enforcement agencies, look, see, that's the framework we have to deal with. It's hopeless. We need new laws. That interaction could take place. You know, we were talking before about what could elicit legislative change. If these government cases repeatedly fail, and the Epic case is fun to watch because it is on the fastest track, decision by the Court of Appeals later this year, Supreme Court review, maybe in 2023. That could lead Congress to say, that's right. We can tell them to bring more of these traditional litigation matters all we want, but they're going nowhere. We have to change the law. I think one part of the logic of the agencies and being more aggressive in cases is that defeats provide a basis for going to Congress and say, fix it. Although as a former case handler, working on things that you know are doomed is not very satisfying. It's hard to motivate people by saying, yeah, we're probably going to lose, but we'd still like you to give up your life for 3 or 4 years to do it. Glorious defeats do not inspire a great deal of happiness in your case handlers, and they tend to quit.
Mr. Kovacic, I have a question. I saw about this case, about the Epic case, that there was an amicus curiae brief by the DOJ sent to the California court, stating essentially that there were errors in the court's analysis of the significantly harm antitrust enforcement. And the judge was warned that it wrongly concluded that Apple's license agreement with the developers doesn't fall under the Section 1 of the Sherman Act.
Yep.
So how will this, do you think this will change the proceedings?
It is a benefit to the private plaintiff, in that there might have been a chance under the Trump administration that the Department of Justice would have come in and said on the other side. But that's not clear. Yeah, that is once DOJ launched its Google case, the likelihood that they would take the position that they've taken now in that filing increased. I would say the interesting question is, how much influence will that have on the Court of Appeals? It's clear that when the Justice Department comes in against you, as they did against the FTC in a case involving Qualcomm, where they appeared on behalf of the defendants and said, we think the defendants are right, this is a bad case. The Court of Appeals, I'm sure, was influenced by that in overturning a favorable judgment in the court of first instance for the FTC. So it's certainly helpful, I think, to Epic that DOJ has taken this position and come in here. how influential they will be with the court, it's harder for me to tell. On the one hand, the court could say, you are, after all, the oldest institution in the United States doing antitrust enforcement. We give your views significant weight. We're also aware that you have your own case running now and you don't want to upset that case. But it seems like you change your mind a lot too. Like just recently, a couple of years ago, you were in here attacking the FTC. Have you figured out what you think about these issues anymore? And are they going to? I guess the question I'm asking is, what is the quality of the brand of the Department of Justice today? Is it a brand that has increased because justice is signaling, we know that our position in the past was too narrow-minded and we're broadening it? Is it diminished because it's saying, yeah, for 40 years we were crazy, but we're saying now. For 40 years you couldn't trust me. I was irrational. I was doing crazy bad things, but now I'm okay. Are you really? Oh, that's good. Is its brand name, is its credibility trading at a higher level or a lower level now? I don't know. I see some dangers in saying we've been stupid for 40 years, but now we've got it right. Much better to have them with you than against you in the courtroom, but I'm really puzzled. I'm at a loss to know how much weight they'll have. And as they go up through the process to the Supreme Court, suppose Epic loses, suppose they end up, Supreme Court takes the case, they show up on behalf of Epic on this issue. And those 6 members of the court look at them and say, you can begin. What are they going to be thinking? Are they be thinking, oh, the 40 years of failure? Why, that's us, isn't it? Right, we're part of that. And you're saying we were idiots to accept this other point of view. Really? Good. Well, you can go ahead with your argument. Or are they going to say, we got it right, we believe in what we did, and you guys have lost your mind? Or do they sit back and say, you're right, it's time to rethink? All of this, I'm assuming, is without legislative change. So I don't know how strong the DOJ brand is going to be in these kinds of proceedings.
No, I understand. Yeah, it's
especially when you
it's
go
interesting.
Up,
yeah,
especially when you go up to the big court, where in many ways, the commentary that the transformationists, I mentioned before, the tone, the harsh tone and approach. A lot of that commentary just attacks the Supreme Court all the time. Calls them corrupt, calls them idiots, backward, stooges of the corporate world. And now agencies led by the transformationists, or let's say before the Supreme Court, are they going to say, don't take it personally, we didn't quite mean corrupt, maybe ill-advised, or did I say idiot? I meant misguided, or completely irrational? Oh, I don't think I said that, or I don't mean it now. I mean, what is the conversation with the court going to be like, where the run-up to that conversation includes so many of these expressions of distrust and criticism? Is the court going to, the court pays attention to all this, by the way, be sure of it. They read it all. They know. So when they watch the government appear before them and say, change your mind, now they're very polite. You say, thank you. As the British television presenters would say, thank you very much indeed for that. Are they going to be deferential? Are they going to say, I know you. You're the ones who say we're a bunch of fools. We've been destroying the country, but you can go ahead.
So very interesting question in with regard to that. I mean, we've addressed it briefly a few hours ago, but do you think that ultimately European enforcers will be able to change something with regards to GAFA, or will they only be able to pave the way for US authorities to come and to change something there?
I think the biggest change will be through the DMA. That's the one that's going to matter. You know, how many more years is Amazon going to be running through the courts? Mid-century, end of the century. I mean, you know, the behavior challenged. I mean, winning Google Shopping matters, of course, but if we look at the whole experience with the Google cases, all the commission's Google cases, is does it have an impact? Of course. I guess we can all ask ourselves, is that working? Is that working well? Is antitrust litigation working well? I think the big impact from Europe will be through the DMA. That'll make a big difference. That'll have a big impact. The litigation, not so much. But DMA will, yes. That's a big deal. I have a class for my other job at 1:15. So I'm going to transition from BSc back to GW. I don't have to go very far to do it. That's one thing about being online. It's all online today. But Valerie, I want to thank you for the chance to do this. I've really enjoyed the conversation with all of you today. If my predictions turn out to be right, then remember my name. If they don't, I don't think I ever did this.
No, thank you very much, William, for your presentation. I know you prefer me to call you Bill, but it was a true honor to have you. Your presentation was far from interesting. Thank you. I'm sure that everyone enjoyed it. As Christian said, fascinating lecture. It will be a pleasure that hopefully you can join us next year in person, and that the COVID will be far, far away from us. So enjoy your day, and we will enjoy our weekend. I see someone saying, you see maybe the chat. William, you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm so grateful for the chance to do this. And if you had an auction, I would bid. And
okay.
I very much don't tell that to your colleagues, please.
No. Thank you.
But I'm thrilled to get to do this, and it's a real pleasure for me. And it's no secret that I learn as much from you as you do for me. So
yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to join you, and I look forward to next time in person.
Yeah. Have a good weekend, everyone. See you on next Friday.
Folks.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.